Welcome everybody to Full Gear 2021. Let's go. Big round of applause, big claps. We made it all the way to 2021. I didn't think it could happen, and yet here we are. Hello everyone, hope you're well, hope you're good, hope you're all having a grand old time. Dennis, if you're here, you're stressing me out with this comment. Dennis is saying here, I don't know, by the way, I've put this comment thing on at the side here, and I don't know if it's ever going to work here. Will it work? I don't know. We'll figure it out. But Dennis is stressing me out. Odds on Omega going full 2003, 2004 Triple H style, just burying Hangman. Very stressful idea, that, Dennis, and I don't like it. But anyway, Full Gear 2021 will be starting soon. Oh, there you go. It's working. Scenes. Full Gear will be starting soon. We've currently got a buy-in show happening on my screen. Your boys, the Acclaimed, having a little pop off at Dante Martin, but we'll be giving a full, at least watch along reaction type thing once the main show starts at 1 o'clock in the morning. Kicks out a buckshot lariat, Omega then hits 40. Jericho comes in with an arm. Look. You know what look. I'm gonna say no, Dennis. I'm gonna say no, but I can't act like the idea doesn't terrify me a little bit. I think it's his time. Look, I think it's Hangman's time. We'll go into it because we'll go through each of the matches now. Sort of predict them, talk about them a little bit. But I'm pretty confident. That Hangman is winning. I can't say for certain, but I do think it's winning. I do think he's winning. Something else I'll change, actually. Let's change that text to white. I think it looks maybe a bit better if I do that. Right, so let's go for it. First match first. Let's pull up the full card while we're at it, because I'm struggling to remember half of it off the top of my head right now. I'm not. I remember most of it, but just not in the order I want to talk about. On a serious note, this is Money in the Bank 2011 ECW. It is. It has to happen. It has to happen. In this, like you say, same as Rob Van Dam winning at One Night Stand. Same as Punk not losing. It can't not happen. It just can't not. I can't envisage a situation in which he doesn't win. I think we're at the stage now. In fact, we'll start with that. Right. First match. Let's talk about AEW World Championship match. Kenny Omega versus Hangman Adam Page. I cannot envisage a situation in which he doesn't win, because if we're being honest about it, we have built to this point, and it's been a brilliant long-term story. It really has been. I've loved every minute of it. And Dennis, me and you, we had a conversation about this earlier on. I say earlier on, a couple of weeks ago, where I was saying, look, when he comes back, it just whenever they meet next, he has to win. He has to win. I couldn't envisage a situation in which he wouldn't. And then you look at it and you say, well, it's happened sooner than I thought it would. I didn't think he would come back and go straight into that feud, but he has done, and I can't not see Hangman winning. The thing is, maybe he doesn't, right? And they just wait even longer. And to some extent, I wouldn't mind that, because obviously I think they've shown that they're good enough at telling stories long term to where I'm sort of roughly confident that they will at least, if it doesn't happen, there's a reason for it not to happen. But they've made it very clear. It's a one-on-one. It's all coming down to this. I just can't not see it happening. I'm gonna watch. Actually, let me pull up a notepad. Let me keep track of all of my predictions as well, so I can see how well I do it by the end of the night. Hangman Page wins. That's my bet. If they don't drop the ball here, all momentum they have got on WWE falls down. IMO. The thing is, I don't necessarily Andromeda G. Thank you, appreciate it. The thing is, I don't necessarily disagree with you about like how big of a moment it is. I think it is a monumentally huge moment, right? I really do. Will it mean their momentum's gone? Probably not. Only because you look at it and you say, well, look, Kenny Omega being the champion is no bad thing. Obviously, this is probably the biggest and longest term story they've told so far in AEW. It's probably one of the longest term stories you've seen in wrestling in general for a while, right? So it should be the payoff. We should see Hangman win. However, let's say in a backwards world, because I don't think this is going to happen, but let's just say that somehow Kenny wins. He's going to end up facing the winner of Bryan versus Miro, and that match doesn't exactly seem bad by any stretch of the imagination. Bryan and Miro, one of those two versus Hangman versus Kenny, that seems sick. You know, you've got a load of amazing people he could have matches with. CM Punk, you know, there's Eddie Kingston. There's a lot of really cool wrestlers. Malachi Black, Andrade. There's a lot of really cool wrestlers on this card that Kenny hasn't really had matches with up until this point. So it wouldn't be the end of the world. There would still be a lot to build to and a lot to happen with. But at the same time, it has to happen, doesn't it? Now's the time. Now's the time. If you're watching the build-up, by the way, we are getting Nyla Rose coming down to the ring for her match. It's Nyla Rose and Jamie Hayter, versus Hikaru, Shida, and Thunder Rosa. Let's put that up. Rosa, Shida versus Hayter, Rose. This is going to be really big, and I'm going to have to squeeze it in there. Will it fit? It sounds wrong. Not particularly. We're doing it on the fly. We're doing it on the fly. That will do-ish. But yeah, so I don't think all the momentum will be gone, but I do think it's the right time and it has to happen, and everything is behind Hangman. Like I said, they really have been building up to this idea of like, this is it. He had the on Friday night on Rampage, he had the confrontation with the Bucks where he was saying, look, I'm sorry for everything that's happened, I'm sorry for everything I did, but I think we're equal. If you get involved, I'm going to knock you out. And that feels like the right thing to do. Again, it's building to this 1v1 thing. But we'll see how it goes. Next match. And we might as well talk about it. Daniel Bryan versus Miro. Bryan Danielson versus Rusev. Whatever set of names you want to use. I think they are... it's going to be a banger. However it ends up working out, I think it's going to be a banger. This is one of my higher anticipated ones. There's two matches on this card that aren't the World Championship match. That I am like... Well, actually, there's a lot of matches on this card that could bang, but two where I'm like, just in straight wrestling matches, this is unreal. And Bryan Danielson versus Miro is definitely one of them. They are both incredible wrestlers. Miro is having the run of his career right now. He really is. I understand fully people who haven't watched it and maybe thinking of Rusev, and Rusev was always fun. Miro is a totally different beast. Miro is so good right now. In ring, and his promos are just... Whoo, next level, absolutely flying through. So this is a bit of a dream match. I don't know which way this one's going to go. Miro's made the point that they both have bad necks, so expect a lot of neck attacks. But I'm gonna have to back one. I'm gonna back. The thing is it too soon for Danielson for a title shot? Especially if it's Nyla Rose, by the way. Nyla Rose, Shida, Jamie Hayter, and Thunder Rosa is underway. If it's... is it too soon? If I'm saying Hangman wins, then I'm saying Miro wins. Miro versus Hangman. Hangman gets the win. Miro drops down, changes something up maybe. No, but Hangman versus Danielson with Hangman winning. I'm saying Danielson. And he loses to Hangman. That's my bet. I'm saying Danielson. I'm torn on that one. There's a couple of matches here I'm really torn on. Again, it's one of the nice things, and this isn't going to be a sit and dig out WWE stream, although it could very much turn into that. But there certainly is a level where you look at WWE pay-per-views and you go, okay, that's going to happen, that's going to happen, that's going to happen, that's going to happen. And by and large, you're mostly bang on the money. Whereas this, I'm sort of like... It might not be. It might not. It could go either way. Dr. Britt Baker versus Ty Conti, however, I do think will only go one way, and I think that's Breakers. I think that's a bit of Britt Baker for the D.M.D. for the big dub. I think Ty Conti's looked so good since coming from WWE to AEW. She really has moved up a level. She feels like she just keeps getting better and gaining momentum. And you look at what she was doing in NXT now, and you're like, how how is she doing that there and now she's this good? It doesn't really seem to make much sense. But yet, here she is, and she's doing bits, and I'm excited, and I think she deserves this title shot. I think she's been really good for a while here, and her team with Anna Jay is looking really good. However, this is D.M.D's time. D.M.D all day, no messing. It's not an easy dub, but it's a definitive dub. And I think we're looking at this pre-show match here with Rosa, Shida, Nyla Rose, and Hayter. A lot of these people could be looking at potentially next challenges. We obviously have the TBS Championship tournament happening in the background as well. We'll see how that one ends up. But there's definitely some people here who would be more likely to take the title off Baker than Ty at this point. And to be honest, I think that's fair. I think taking the title off Baker at this point would probably be a mistake. So Britt Baker for that one. That's how we'll back that down. Next up, let's do the tag team title match. It's the Lucha Brothers, Penta El Zero, Miedo, and Rey Fénix versus FTR, Dax Harwood, and Cash Wheeler, of course, who are the current AAA tag team champions. I don't know how they pronounce it in Spanish, Mexican. I'm not cultured enough. However, they are facing each other in a tag team title match, but only for the AEW World Championship, I believe. I don't think the AAA ones are on the line. Again, it's another difficult one, but I think it has to be the Lucha Brothers. They didn't win it too long ago. They of course won it at the last pay-per-view, and that match was incredible. And this match is another one where you're like, oh my god, the Lucha Brothers versus FTR. FTR, one of the most down, just getting it done tag teams you're ever gonna see, versus the Lucha Brothers, who have flipped, like Fénix especially is just insane, out of this world. Don't get me wrong, I love Penta, I really do, and I think he's got that brawl side that Fénix doesn't have, but some of the stuff Fénix does is just insane. It just feels like a perfect combination here. We know that the Lucha Brothers and the Young Bucks team, when they've come together, it's a big deal, and I think this could have that sort of same level of just bangingness. Is that a word? That's what I'm going with. Who's going to win? I think it has to be the Lucha Brothers for two reasons. One, if they're going to go back and try and get the AAA tag team titles, then they have to sort of get a win against FTR to make their case, so to speak. Similarly, I think if you look at it and you say, well, it's a bit too soon for them to lose the AEW tag team titles, I think it has to go that way. Don't get me wrong, it wouldn't surprise me if FTR got it, but the Lucha Brothers is who I am saying for that match. Next up, CM Punk versus Eddie Kingston. I've got my Punk shirt on. I wanted to wear my Kingston shirt because Kingston is my boy and has been for a very long time. But I can't act like I don't adore CM Punk with all of my being. What a match. What a matchup this is going to be. I'll just say it off the bat. I think CM Punk's going to win. But honestly, it's like if you had told me a year ago that I would see a CM Punk versus Eddie Kingston match on a pay-per-view now, it's just insane to think about. I mean, it's always insane to think back and go, oh, CM Punk is back. He's going to do this and do that. All of a sudden, you're going to be able to watch CM Punk matches again. Yeah, sure, that is insane. But do you know what's really, really genuinely mad? CM Punk versus Eddie Kingston. Like, I love both of these guys. I've loved Eddie Kingston for years. Every time I've seen him, like, I know Louis Sinclair, for example, who was here earlier, and he might see this, but I don't think Louis is here right now, but he was here earlier. But I don't know if he'll see this, but I know he was calling, so he messaged me on Twitter and was calling Kingston a Poundland B-Tech Steen, which I think is a disgraceful comment. But genuinely, what a combination that could, like, that. What Punk's done since he's come back, none of his matches have been unreal next level matches, but they've all been just been really, that's a good match. That's a good professional wrestling match here. And the chemistry, the sort of change up here between him and Kingston, you've got that brawler. CM Punk could maybe out wrestle him to some extent. There's a really interesting story to be told between two veterans, and I think it's going to be hype. It's probably the match I'm most excited for in terms of just seeing it happen. Like, Danielson versus Miro, to some extent, we could have seen in WWE. Like, don't get me wrong, not on this level by any stretch of imagination. But a lot of these we could have seen happen before. to some degree, somehow. Maybe not Lucha Brothers FTR, but it's Punk versus Kingston. Oof. And we're saying CM Punk. We're saying CM Punk. Next up, we'll do Christian Cage and the Jurassic Express versus the Super Click, Adam Cole and the Young Bucks. Yet again, more just complete and utter chaos. How the hell does this exist? Like, how does this exist? Adam Cole is teaming with the Young Bucks in the year 2021. How did WWE let this guy go for a start? And like now we're getting to see him mix it up with flipping Jurassic Express, with Jungle Boy, with Luchasaurus, and then Christian Cage. I mean, it's mad. It's actually mad. I don't understand how this is real life. Dennis says, Kingston to batter Punk kick off his show. But I'm Hilton. Mate, Burn Hilton. A little bit of SOS. I hear them shouting, you know what I mean? Boom. 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 Etc. Mate, okay, right. I've pressed a button there that I did not mean to press. Don't even know what button I pressed, but I did something. Let's just let's do that and leave that. Mate, it's just, isn't it just wild? Isn't the whole thing just, why does it keep doing this? Isn't the whole thing just insane? Like, how are we seeing like all of these matches? Like, I know how, but at the same time, I just can't quite get my head around it. Like, how are we getting to see like Christian Cage, right? In the year, let me just get rid of this for a second. Christian Cage in the year of our Lord 2021 facing Adam Cole and the Young Bucks. And like, hear me out. Like, Jungle Boy, Luchasaurus, obviously big boys, obviously doing big bits. But stuff like that, CM Punk, like what? I don't know. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to redo all of these again, because apparently they're just broke half. So I'm just going to do that as I talk. So, but for Christian Cage versus, basically, Jungle Express versus Jurassic Express versus Super Click. Kind of has to be, to some extent. It kind of has to be. I can't see it not being. Like, can Adam Cole lose this thing? No. Even if it is to one of the pillars, as they like to be called, or as AEW started calling them, even if it is to one of the pillars of AEW in Jungle Boy with the rest of the boys, I just can't see it being anything other than a Super Click win in that one. Dudley Boys to come out of 3D Christian, a set piece 3D, if you will. First of all, amazing if you will. I was trying to explain to my girlfriend the if you will earlier, which was what man, if you will. But yeah, how much are we in Allison's head, by the way? I'm sure you've seen it. In fact, I think it was your tweet I saw it from. We are firmly within that dude's dome. He is rattled beyond belief. That tweet he was doing earlier about like, oh, it's easy when you can actually use your hands. My God, Allison, please. I love Allison as well. I think he's an amazing goalkeeper. Maybe love's not a word, but I do love Allison, and it's just chill out. You know what I mean? Just chill out. Next up, we'll talk about Cody Rhodes and Pac versus Malachi Black and Andrade El Idolo. Honestly, I don't know which way this one's going to go, and part of me is saying that because, if we're being honest, this feels a little bit like forcing a lot of people on this card. Like, it's not that the storyline doesn't make sense. It certainly does make sense to some extent. Not to some extent, it just does make sense. Okay, I think that's maybe giving it a little bit less respect than it deserves, saying to some extent. But at the same time, I'm like, is this the way you would expect these specific people to come together? I don't know if it is. And at that point, you have to ask, like, I don't know. It's an exciting match. Certainly, it's not a match I'm even vaguely not excited about. Because again, you're putting together Cody and Pac. Pac is an unreal wrestler. All four of these people are unreal wrestlers. Andrade starting to build momentum in AEW, something he hasn't had since he left WWE. He hasn't really had that momentum. Malachi has been brilliant so far. Cody is getting closer and closer to a heel turn, and it just has to happen at some point. And Pac is flipping Pac, man. You can't. He's from a small mining town just outside London. I mean, you can't disrespect it. It's an absolutely banging match, right? Now, how will it play out? How will it come together? Those are two questions I can't answer for you. Those are two questions I can't answer. I don't know how this one's even going to play out. But it is very exciting to see. It is very exciting to see. Am I going to go with Rhodes or Pac? It's got to be Black and Andrade, right? Black and Andrade? I feel like. Yeah. That's where we're going to go with it. Shida gets the win with a jackknife cover on Nyla Rose after almighty amounts of shenanigans. Serena Deeb, who's at ringside, was getting involved. A little cheeky, quick jackknife pin, and Shida gets the win. Shida and Thunder Rosa come away with a win against Hayter and Rose. I need to go through and watch that match properly at some point because there's a lot of people in there I think are great. Right, how many of these we done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. So there's 3 left. I feel like I've missed something here. Oh, okay, no, 9 because Shida, Thunder Rosa. Okay, sorry, ignore me, I'm an idiot. Mate, I've had Liverpool fans trying to convince me Fornals was offside. Please. The thing is like, I like, you know how people say a lot of bad things about Jurgen Klopp, and I get that. I understand that, to be fair. I do get that. But realistically, he needs to chill, and I feel like a lot of their fans need to chill. And again, I don't have to, like, you know me, I don't hate anyone. I have no hate in my heart for a single other football team, I can't be arsed with it. It's too much effort, right? Just take the L. You're lost. It's okay. It happens to the best of us, unless you're West Ham, because we're massive. Baker's winning against Conti. That's what I said there. So we've got Hangman Page, Danielson, Baker, Lucha, CM Punk, Superclick, Black, and Andrade. Darby Allin versus MJF. My God, Darby Allin versus MJF. That is an interesting match that I can't figure out which way I think that's going to go. Darby Allin versus MJF. MJF, it kind of has to be, I feel like. MJF, maybe? MJF always wins. He does. You're not wrong. He does. You aren't wrong. I also have to actually get the pay-per-view up. I don't disagree with you. He does always win. A Wardlow face turn. A Wardlow face turn would make it so MJF wouldn't win. I feel like that is going to be how he loses eventually. At the same time, is now the time for it? Is now the time for it? I mean, given... Like, is now the... Yeah, maybe. I mean, probably is... I don't know. Because the thing is, Wardlow will turn face and he'll cost MJF at some point, and they've been building that, right? They have been building that. It just keeps happening. We keep getting, pushing, pressing, making big... Oh, I need my flipping... Hang on a sec. I need my thing. I thought it was next to me. It's not. Right. Here we are. At some point, like, he's going to turn and it's going to cost MJF a match. And they've been building up to it well. It's not like they haven't built up to it in any way, shape, or form, because they actually have. It's just a case of whether or not now's the time. Darby, yes. Darby getting a win makes sense. Darby's obviously receives a big push at the moment. He's getting a lot of momentum behind him. But at the same time, do you give that to Darby? Dennis is saying, what culture fantasy booked it to be potential Batista star? You know what I mean? That'd be sick, to be fair. I haven't watched their videos. About it. I haven't watched any videos about it. I've been so busy. I just haven't been able to keep up with what the people are saying and thinking. But that'd be sick. I'm saying it's got to be MJF. I'm not gonna, because I think, and this is a weird thing to say. And it's not usually the way I would think about it when watching AEW to an extent. But I think that Darby can afford to lose this one. Potentially. And MJF, like you say, he doesn't wrestle that often, but when he does wrestle singles matches on pay-per-views, it tends to be a big deal. So I'm going to say MJF. And I'm probably going to reject... That's what I'm going to get wrong in it. I can just feel it in my bones. I could just feel it in my waters. Give me 1 second. Let's click on that. Plot twist, Sting turns on Darby Allin, joins... Dennis. My God. Can you imagine if that happened? I mean, Sting, to some extent, is just treading water. That's not a diss to Sting, but it's to some extent you'd have to say it's true. Could he lose though? I don't know if it's... He did kind of like, when he first turned up, he did kind of call Darby out to some extent. I think there's something to be said about it. Not yet. I'm saying it's just going to be MJF, and I'm saying it's going to be relatively clean. But this might be the catalyst. This might be the catalyst for the breakup between MJF and Wardlow. Wardlow helps him cheat. They have a big old argument on Dynamite in a couple of weeks or something about it. Maybe that's what happens. That's my bet. They have a match. Loser has to wash off their face paint on a pole match. Just get all of them in. Just keep shoving them in. I mean, to be fair, the last match we haven't spoken about, in a Minneapolis street fight, the Inner Circle, Chris Jericho, Jake Hager, Sammy Guevara, Santana and Ortiz versus the Men of the Year in America's top teams, Junior Dos Santos, Andrei Arlovski, and Dan Lambert. I mean, that's going to be the Inner Circle, but that's just kind of mad. That's just like, that is going to be sheer chaos. Like, it's not got all of the stipulations that we're going on about here. They're not just shoving them in left, right, and center. But my God, there's a lot going on in that match, isn't there? A lot of big boys doing big bits in a scary fashion. We'll see. But my one for that Inner Circle, I think it has to be, and Dan Lambert's the one who's going to take the pin. It's going to get some madness is going to occur. Don't know what madness, just some amount of madness. You know what I mean? Hager turns on the champion, fills the void of Wardlow face turn as ooh. I mean, Hager's kind of treading on water, but I don't know what Hager does outside of Inner Circle, you know? Like, Hager hasn't wrestled enough or not done enough in AEW, but he's not done like enough big stuff to really come across as like someone who'd thrive or be available that often outside of the Inner Circle. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what he does. It's not a bad shout though. Some of these is half serious, some are nonsense. Listen, I'm willing to fully back any idea. I don't think you understand. I will fully back 100% literally any idea. To the hilt. Why not? You know? You know what I mean? I don't know. So the show has begun. We're getting the rundown of the card right now. I tell you what, it's a stacked card. It is a stacked card. It is probably the first, it's not probably, it really is the first big showcase AEW have had to some extent, at least on a pay-per-view level, since having Punk, Adam Cole, and Bryan Danielson all at the same time. And they've kind of got every single human being on this card. Criticisms, there's only one women's match, should definitely be more on a 9-match card. There should be more. There's 2 if you include 10, but that's not enough. But at the same time, especially when you look at the Black Andrade match, that one. But to some extent, you look at this roster that they have built right now, and you are just laughing to yourself because it is insane. It is insane. Full Gear 2021. And I'm interested to see what match will start. I think they're saying right now it's going to be Darby versus MJF. Hardcore Holly, I got one of them TV ideas for you. How about I win the title? I can't do his accent. I'm not gonna try. But at the same time, I'm tempted to. I liked Hardcore Holly. I think I'm wrong in that, but I did like him back in the day. I can't lie to you. There was something about his just. I don't know. He was just a munchkin, wasn't he? Like back on SmackDown back in the day, just seeing him run around, causing havoc, hitting people with Alabama slams. I've heard I've seen in interviews that the Alabama slam is like one of the most painful moves to take as well, which makes sense. Like you're like hanging up and then you just like fully whip round, like what the poof. What the poof. Seems very painful. Don't like it. MJF walking to the ring, already shouting at Justin Roberts, just letting him know that he's a problem. He's having a fight with him now. Multiversal Podcast. I can't show the show unfortunately because the copyright will have an issue with me. They will not like me. Tony Khan will come and he will set Wardlow on me. I was trying to think who's the last person I would want to set on me. I don't know, Wardlow. So yeah, no, copyright would kill me. YouTube would come get me. Susan would come through the window and drop kick me. Hit me in a quick sharp shooter. So I apologize. Darby Allin's in a car. We're getting Darby Allin's intro at the moment. He's full on just in a vehicle. He's in a vehicle that's got like stitches on it, a bit like a Frankenstein type thing. He's doing tricks. He's doing spins and stuff. So madness. Knocks the wind out of you. That's kind of what I've heard, right? The whip, the whoosh. It's just an issue. Darby Allin's crashed the car, the silly Billy. You're ruining it. You're ruining it. You're ruining it. I enjoyed that. I'm not going to lie. You can just imagine, again, do you know what I mean? Like, out of all the moves, I could take an F5, I think. Like, most days I could take an F5. It would probably hurt my knees or whatever, but you could probably take an F5, right? It doesn't seem like the worst thing in the world to deal with. But none about a slam feels just the worst. It really does. So Darby Allin's little car intro there, completely disconnected from the rest of his thing, but fair enough. But he did set a car on fire. So, spins and roundabouts. And out he comes with his dad, Sting. Sting walking to the ring with his son, who's in a jacket that only Liam Gallagher could probably pull off. It's a very 90s. Darby Allin won 16 of his past 17 matches. Interesting that Sting has come to the ring with Darby, but we don't have Wardlow. Will Sting go to the back? Sting's going to the back, so it is just Darby and MJF. One of the other things I like about, one of the other things I say I will like about AEW compared to WWE, if we're again having that conversation, is that they have separate sets for the pay-per-views. They have like unique sets for it, and it makes it feel a lot cooler to me. I just prefer it. I don't know why they don't do it. What time will the main event be, by the way? Not watching, as I doubt I'll stay up for it. It's a good shout. 10 matches, we're talking at least 4 o'clock. I reckon 4:15. 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock would be... 4 o'clock is the safe bet. Check back at 4 a.m. Also, it's Sting! I can't do it. I can't do my Tony Schiavone. Not at 1 o'clock in the morning. It seems unfair to the neighbours. But still, I reckon 4 a.m. That would be my bet, but I'm not sure. It is a 9-match card. 15 minutes a match. 4 seems like. 3 hours. Yeah, I reckon maybe longer. Andromeda G. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, if this show went 3.5 hours, it wouldn't surprise me. The bell has rung. Darby Allin versus MJF gets it underway. I'll just wake up and watch the Cowboy Shenanigans another time. Yeah, fair enough, mate. Fair enough. It's going to be mad. Like, the one problem with everything being in America. If it was last week, we at least would have had an extra hour, but this week, no. This weekend, no. Big sidelock takeover, headlock takeovers from MJF in the early stages, just trying to keep Darby down. I'm at the one more game phase of Burnley save on FM. Ooh. What are we saying? How far into it are you? I mean, it's only just come out. I assume you're talking FM 22. So that's only just come out. So you can't be... What, are you still first season, second season? What are we saying? I haven't started my mode yet. I haven't started any saves yet. I'm itching. I've got it loaded. I've got it downloaded. I've looked at it many times. I just haven't got around to doing it yet. I want to, though, quite badly. I can't lie to you. MJF and Darby just getting their amateur on. Lots of little headlock rolls, stuff like that. Just chain wrestling. Stuff that if this was a UK independent show, people would go, wrestling! You know what I mean? Nope, FM20. Love that. Love that. Keeping it old school. Then what season are we in? It could be literally any time in history at this point if it's FM20. Big arm drag from Darby Allin. He does that one where he springboards off the top. It's so cool to watch. Oh, monkey flip. Doing the double kick outs. Love that. A lot of mirror spots happening right now. Two men just showing, again, they're two of the pillars. They're trying to show their equals sort of thing. Oh, Allen flips up into a Hurricanrana pin. 1, 2, 1, 2, the opposite direction. Oh. Mate, MJF's getting into leapfrogs. But arm drags, pins, quick start. Both with the flip, face off. Good stuff. It's good stuff. Again, they're trying to show that they are equals, that they are both two of the pillars, as it were. Big start and an AEW chant. Love that. Second season, currently 5th after 7 games, 3 wins, 4 draws, 0 defeats. Oof. Would have scored 8 goals and is massive. He is big. I watch M_Breezy on Twitch. West Ham fan. I know him because he came on some Hammers chat shows. Really good dude. I watch he's an FM streamer. And during the beta for FM22, which just happened, he was using West Ham. And Zuma had something like 15 headed goals in a season. And all it did was serve to excite me. So this idea of Wood just being out here doing big bits, I like a lad. I like a lumpy lad. You know what I mean? I like a lumpy lad. I can't act like I don't. MJF hitting the Ric Flair strut after hitting a clothesline on a Darby Allin. He's one of those people you just don't like him, do you? On a big dive from Darby Allin, unsurprisingly. We've got the big suicide dive. Let's move all these things around. I think it'll look slightly better if I do this. Maybe. I'm doing this. Let's go, yes. MJF turned around shouting at the crowd saying, "You love it, fat boy," to someone. Again, just endearing himself to the people of Minneapolis before getting a big old dive from Darby. The crowd chanting for Darby Allin. I need to put this pen down because I'm just going to keep fiddling with it otherwise. Shithouse knife in my first season. Westwood got 5 red cards. Yes. I'm thinking about Mike Bassett, where the captain punches the wall and he goes, "Let's fucking have him," and runs off. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm seeing in my head. Oh, coffin drop from Darby Allin onto the hardest part of the ring. The hardest part of the ring, ladies and gentlemen, if you aren't aware, the edge of the ring. Not fun. Not a fun landing whatsoever. It wouldn't be fun to take either. Thank Christ MJF rolled out of the way to some extent because Darby Allin's spine can take it. Can he? I don't know if that's true, but at the same time, not fun. Let's change this way around. It makes it easier for the chat to read. Moises, hello. Hope you're well. Wally, my G. How do I watch this? It is on pay-per-view. It is on pay-per-view. In America, it's on pay-per-view on Bleacher Report, I think, BR Live, among other places. And in the UK, it's on Fight. I think you can get it in America on Fight as well, Fight TV. I'm not sure. But that's how I'm watching it, Fight TV. Pay-per-view. Darby with the up kick tries to stop MJF from getting grips on him. MJF flips him up into over his shoulders on a big backbreaker. That was peng. That was peng. 2 count for the cover. 2 count for the cover. Biggest shit I ever was FM12 last. Called Simon Mensing. Wait, hang on. Lad called Simon Mensing. I signed from Hamilton for Crew. In League One, got sent off almost every time I played him. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. It's partly why I want Noble to play all the big games this season, because I don't think he's going to be afraid to just come and just like 2-foot a guy when necessary, and I think that's necessary most of the time. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? I think that's necessary, and he's one of the few players in our squad I think would do it on command. Just absolutely hacker guy, and I respect it. It's like when I'm playing FIFA or PES is more likely because I play PES more often, but like my players, they just don't have, I have unreal records because I just never foul people. And it's just unrealistic, you know. Sometimes you just want a guy to get the business done. Big Irish whip from Darby. MJF into the corner, struggling from it. The crowd are hot early doors for this one. I'll tell you what, the last 2 shows, they've both been live. Rampage and Dynamite have both been live from this arena, from the Target Center in Minnesota, Minneapolis. And they have crowds have been hot throughout the entirety of the shows. And early doors, they're hot for this as well. Oh my God, MJF is just ragdolling Darby Allin around there. Hits him with a backbreaker, lifts him up from it, and then just slams him back down. He's working the back, which is probably the right thing to do, given, again, you're up against a guy who hits the coffin drop regularly. So it's probably a good thing to do. And another big backbreaker. I'll tell you what, my back's starting to hurt and watch this a little bit. Not fun. Moyes points and shots attack. Yes. In FIFA 2001, there was a button you could press to do a knee high tap. What? So FIFA... Oh, that's because I never played 2001. 2002 was the first FIFA I played. There's a dive button in PES. And the worst thing is, the computer uses it. And I've never seen the computer use it. I didn't realise it existed. And I've been playing PES for years, but I didn't know it existed until just before the pandemic. I was at my friend's house and he showed it to me. And I was like, what? You serious? And then I was playing PES the other day. And then out of nowhere, the Sane goes down in a box. And I was like, oh, it's a penalty. And then the commentator went, oh, he's been yellow card for simulation. I was like, what? The computer just dived against me. Never seen it before. I do remember, I can't remember which one it was. I think it's most FIFAs if you just go in and slide tackle the goalkeeper, it's an instant red. Darby Allin just biting away at MJF on the dome there, just trying to get in there. Oh, he's looking for the Stun Dog Millionaire. Oh, he's been caught. MJF catches him. He's on the second rope for a tombstone, potentially. Darby's fighting out of it with his knees upside down because, of course, he is. He's Darby Allin. He can't help himself. Looking again for the Stun Dog. Stun Dog Millionaire off the second rope. Both men down. This match has been mostly MJF in this one. He's mostly been in control. Darby been fighting from underneath. But this has been an excellent performance from MJF. And an incredible sign in the front row. MJF eats sloppy steaks. No comment, Your Honor. No comment. Chris Wood got sent off for a second yellow. Had a knock and is now out for a month. Peak FM. Peak FM. Correct movements from Chris Wood there. You know what I mean? Darby hits MJF with a quick, swift headbutt, and now he's on top. This could be the opportunity Darby's needed. The entire match he's been working underneath. He's got him down, and he's instantly gone up to the top rope. He's looking for that coffin drop quickly. MJF rolls away before he can do it. I'm starting to think this might be Darby Allin, you know. Again, headlock side takeover by MJF. Goes for the 2 count. They're back up again. This has been a really good match. Darby looking... Oh, Darby looked for the Hurricane Runner. Got caught in midair by MJF. And you hear Darby Allin go, shit. Down into the knee breaker. My flipping God. My flipping God. Not fun. Not fun. His back must be hurting. Ken, good to see you, my friend. Have the Inner Circle gone yet? They have not. This is the first match currently. Allin versus MJF is the first match on the card. MJF been working over the back this entire match. Just continuous backbreakers to Darby, who's been fighting from underneath. Who's such a good babyface from fighting back. He's so good. He gets punched there and just rises back up almost like The Undertaker. Big shots from MJF. Big solid hands. And just keeps sitting back up. Literally saying the words, hit me again. Oh, and MJF starts just biting his fingers. Darby rolls out. Combination strikes. Big forearms. MJF rake of the eyes just as Darby was starting to get any sort of momentum. Darby with a low drop kick. Tries to get the better. Was looking for the code red. Oh my God. 1, 2. MJF almost with a 3 count. Darby Allin went for the code red. Then when he jumps over and does the sunset flip pin type thing, caught. MJF flips him back over with the highest angle powerbomb you're going to see outside of a Brock Lesnar 2002 match. Gets a 2 count, and now he's got him in the sharpshooter. Darby Allin has received all of the pain. Darby County Allin versus Michael J. Fox. The biggest of matches, Dennis. Only the biggest of matches. I'll let you know, Ken. Don't worry about it. No worries. Darby Allin just hammering away at MJF's knee there. Pulls him down, single leg takedown. Now he's looking for a sharpshooter of his own, maybe? MJF kicks him away. MJF is he's struggling now. He's started to hold his knees. He's just got chop blocked by Darby Allin. Both men are down again. Singular damage. SmackDown versus Raw. Early game, you're picking a body part and you're just working it. Darby Allin's back must be in bits right now. MJF is starting to struggle with the knees. He's wearing a nice lilac. He's wearing some nice lilac trunks, which I appreciate, but he does look in pain. Like I said, I was starting to think maybe Darby Allin's going to get this on the comeback, but at the same time, this has just been such a good performance from MJF and a big double foot stomp to the arm of Darby Allin. Darby is... How does he survive? Do you know what I mean? He just looks to be in so much pain all of the time. Oh, MJF, pain to the lower knee. And again, a chop block from Darby. Catches him leg. Rolls over. Figure four from Darby. He's got him locked in the middle of the ring. How Darby Allin exists, I will never know. MJF goes for the little springboard to avoid him. Lands, shouts, oh shit, because he's hurt his knees. Darby instantly chop blocks him down to the floor. Goes instantly for the figure 4. Knees are injured. That's what you do. You get it in. You lock it in. You cinch it in. MJF's turning around. He's reversed it. They're right next to the ropes and Darby Allin is forced to grab him. I tell you what, both of these men have had very good matches, right? Darby specifically has had some incredible matches in AEW. Is this the best match MJF has had? I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head that might be better than this. I don't know. They're now fighting on the edge of the apron, on the edge of the ring. The hardest part of the ring, of course. Darby's looking to maybe hit a suplex off the side of the ring to the floor. His back hurts. He can't quite catch it. Oh, MJF catches him. Tombstone on the side of the ring. A pile driver. A tombstone pile driver on the edge of the ring to Darby Allin. MJF, whose knees, he's already had his knees injured throughout this match, has just hit a tombstone pile driver on the hardest part of the ring. Darby is motionless on the edge of on the outside of the ring. MJF down next to him, screaming in pain, holding his knees. The referee's counting. Bryce is counting. 6 counts so far. MJF rolls back in. Darby starting movement, 9 count. He's in. He's in before 10. My God. This match has worked really well as well. I mean, both of them have, like, this is one of those things. It's like Cena and Orton in 2007, where you're like, this is a match you're going to see a million times. Although, not as many times as you probably would in a WWE ring. Granted. If they're all like this, keep going, mate. Do as many as you want. You know what I mean? Do as many as you want. I'm A-okay with that. A-okay with it. It's been really well worked. I mean, Darby's got his back's been done in. He's trying to hit suplexes, can't do it because of it. MJF's knee's been worked over. He just hits a flipping tombstone pile driver on the edge of the ring, screams with pain from it. I think it's been really well worked. Ken, me personally, I think AEW is better. I agree with you, Ken. I've enjoyed it way more of late. I tried to... Oh, roll up from Darby. 1, 2. Ooh, kick out from MJF. Darby. Double on hook, backslide. 2 count. Small package. 1, 2. Oh, MJF runs across. 1, 2. 1, 2. Trading 1-2s here. The small package rolls. Both men. 1, 2. And a double kick out on 2. Very close. Very close stuff. This match has been brilliant, by the way. Side headlock takeover by MJF once again. And now Darby Allin hits 1. 1, 2. 1, 2 again from MJF. 1, 2 again from Darby Allin. Head scissors. Then down. Both men fly up. MJF. Code red. Code red from Darby. 1, 2. Oh, I thought it was 3. It's only a 2. I tell you what. This match bangs. This fair play. This match absolutely bangs. 2 count from Darby Allin on the code red. The crowd have absolutely erupted. Ken, to answer your point, I agree with you. I think AEW is better. I've enjoyed them way more since AEW has come around. Even AEW at its worst has been better than at least main roster WWE at their best. NXT, it was a closer call, but obviously now NXT's changed. I think there's no competition. I think it's AEW all the way. And when you're seeing a match like this with 2 young wrestlers who are in their 20s, who are known as part of the pillars, as they've been calling them and everything off, pulling off what is an absolute barnstormer of a match, by the way. Whoever's going on after this, I do not envy you at all. You see why. Oh, MJF, so Darby went up for the coffin drop. MJF's rolled to the outside. Coffin drop to the outside? No. Oh. Darby hits a coffin drop to MJF, who's lying outside the ring. His back's been done in this entire match. This has to be it, surely. MJF just took a coffin drop from the top rope while lying outside the ring. Darby rolls him back in. Darby goes up to the top. He's looking for the coffin drop again. Oh, the knees have been raised. And both of the injured body parts. MJF, whose knees have been done in, just raised his knees on Darby, whose back's been done in. As he hits the coffin drop, the collision happens. Both men are just down, screaming. We're getting dueling MJF and Let's Go Darby chants. Oh, Sean Spears started trying to come out with a chair with Wardlow, and from behind, Sting just starts walloping them with bats. And now Sting is just wailing Sean Spears with a chair on the top of the ramp, just absolutely wailing. He picks up the bat and starts going at Wardlow. Roll up. 1, 2. Super kick from MJF, and both men are down yet again. Here's some like non-giving up Healy guy. When you said see, I read it as Healy guy originally, Dennis, and I thought you meant like the shoes, Heelys, and I got very excited. But at the same time, no wrestler has that gimmick. I mean, Darby comes to the ring with skateboard, but give me some Heelys. You know? Just get down with it. MJF has Darby Allin's skateboard. He's brought it into the ring. He's done with this. He wants to finish this match. We're in the final stages now. Wardlow and Shawn Spears of Sting have brawled to the back. Bryce was telling MJF that would be a disqualification, and Darby, who was getting up at the time, MJF rolls the skateboard to Darby Allin and starts screaming, "Hit me." Darby gets up, picks up the skateboard. He wants disqualification victory here. He went to do it. Bryce in the way, lets it go. MJF, he's hit Darby with something from the ring. It was the ring. 1, 2, 3. It's done. MJF wins. As Bryce goes to put the skateboard back outside, MJF gets the diamond ring, the dynamite diamond ring from his trunks, puts it on, clobbers Darby, and MJF gets the win. And importantly, I got that prediction correct. 1-0 to me. Come on, lads. Come on, the boys. Ken says, I would love to see their next pay-per-view, how much they are. They are... So I'm in the UK, Ken. It's £20 here. It's £20. I don't know how much they are in the US. You'd have to double check. I think it's on BR Live, I believe. Beach Report Live, so worth a check. Darby Allin replaces his skateboard with Heelys. That's Wardlow's face gimmick, Heelys. Just can you imagine just rolling down? It'd be a beautiful thing. It'd be an absolutely beautiful thing. A man that big on Heelys, you'd love to see it. The women would love to see it. He's no William Regal. Dennis, did I ever tell you the time I met William Regal for work? What a time that was. What a match that was, by the way. What an absolute barnstorming match that was. Legitimately, like, absolute barnstormer. I mean, it had the technicality, it had the high flying stuff, it had the moves, it had everything. Had the psychology. There's nothing that match didn't have. And look, MJF comes away and it's not exactly the cleanest win you're ever going to see in your life. But at the same time, fair play. Absolute banging match. We're looking at a box where Team Taz is out there taking notes. Or Taz is anyway. Next match, we have the Tag Team Championship match between the Lucha Brothers and FTR, the challengers. We're getting FTR coming out first with their 80s vibesy song. No, I did meet Y2J when Fozzy played in Wrexham. Love that. How was it? How are Fozzy live? I only know Judas. But Seeds. You saw Y2J at Chester train station. What? That's crazy. Wally, where are these matches being held? They are being held at the Target Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Looks full. It looks pretty full. Don't know. I can't really see. But yeah. FTR coming out with their 80s inspired, their newer 80s inspired theme song. They've got the AAA Tag Team Championships on and some black robes with gold trim. Looks very good. With your boy Tully Blanchard rocking up with the sort of the tiger dragon jacket type thing, sort of matching colours to some extent. Oh, and the trunks they've got sort of navy trunks with one knee pad is the American flag, the other one is Mexico, because obviously the tag team titles. And we're getting a military entrance from the Lucha Brothers. Is this a dance troupe? There's a lot going on right now. I can't lie to you. There's a bunch of military men who are cowering from the Lucha Brothers, who have come flying out. Obviously, Alex Abrahantes is with them. He has to be. And they are in military fatigues. Alex Abrahantes is just running around screaming at people. He's picked up the Mexican flag and they're coming down. What's the main event? Asks Ken. It is Kenny Omega versus Hangman Adam Page for the AEW World Championship. Dennis was part of the UK tour. I didn't see the gig, but it was why they were in Chester. No idea if they got a train or not. I doubt it. I saw him. Me and my mate told him to go back to Toronto. He smiled. Nice. Good work. That's very good. I was doing, but for, when was this? Christmas, about this time last year, I was doing a lot of work with Sam Delaney, his podcast company, who are also responsible for Clinton Baptiste podcast, Alex Lowe's podcast, Clinton Baptiste. And yeah, I was producing a lot of their live. They were doing online live shows. So I was producing it for them. And one of the things we did, oh bless me, flipping heck. One of the shows we did, William Regal was the guest on, so I got to meet William Regal, and he asked me to call him Darren instead of William, which I was very happy about. It was very exciting for me. The match is underway, fists flying aplenty as this match starts off hot. I was gonna say, I said before, I feel sorry for whichever match had to follow that previous one. These two could probably deal with that. I can't lie about it. And it looks like it's going to get underway with Dax and Penta. Dax, by the way, a singles match he had the other day. Banger. I could watch Dax quite happily. You know what I mean? Just singles guy. He's really good. Big Ciro Miedo from Penta and a slap. You call it a chop, but it's just a straight up slap. Straight up slap, right? Let's have a look at that's what I need. Just trying to. Yeah, that's better. Guy I worked with a year ago claims he saw him in a Hooters in Nottingham. Would have been same year, I think. Jericho, that is. Is there a Hooters in Nottingham? I didn't even know we had Hooters in this country, let alone that there was one in Nottingham. Nottingham seems like a very placid place for that to be. Maybe I'm wrong. Ken wants the Inner Circle to win. I back that, Ken. So do I. I predicted them to win. I think they will win. I think Jericho is going to absolutely do in Dan Lambert. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be an amazing moment in the street fight as well. It's going to be great. Best meeting a celeb anecdote I have for you is giving Martin Freeman 20p to use the toilets at Paddington train station. And I just straight up forgot his name, so I called him Tim. That's great. That is a banger. That is an absolute banger, to be fair. That's a banger. I think I'm trying to think of what my best one would be. Because I've met some through work for work purposes, obviously. But I almost got run over by Minty once from EastEnders. Does that count? That's pretty good. I mean, it's not. He called me. I think he called me an idiot and told me to look where I was going. He was in a convertible car that looked very blocky. It looked like it was from Gran Turismo on the PlayStation 1. But yeah, I almost got run over by Minty from EastEnders. That's pretty decent. I've got like more impressive ones than that, but I think that's the most fun one, you know what I mean? Fénix is not his name. Fénix just absolutely bouncing all over the shop, doing bits. Commentary, then a rolling punch from your boys, the Lucha Brothers, on Cash Wheeler. They're looking for that double low super kick, and FTR just pull out from the outside, but the outside is nowhere safe to be against the Lucha Brothers. Oh, Penta goes flying into the... Oh, FTR are doing bits right now. Penta went for the diving drop kick, the low baseball slide to the outside. FTR avoid it and slam him into the barricade. Fénix then comes trying to fly over, caught in midair. They slam him and then throw him into it. This is good stuff. FTR are so good, man. So good. Ken says, but after that beatdown, I don't know. It was a big beatdown, but I do think... I just can't imagine it not being... in a circle, despite the beatdown. It's Dan Lambert. I mean, they do have legitimately 2 MMA, UFC heavyweight champions on their team. So there is maybe a way they could do it, to be fair. But I do think it's going to be in a circle. It's got to be. Just a big stretch, big old school stretch from Dax Harwood. Just working over the ribs of Fénix. You need to take the wind out of him so he can't fly about as easily. Adam says, what a knob. Fénix the house cat. I wish. His name's Fénix. It's not Felix. I'm an idiot. But imagine if it was Fénix the house cat. Oh, big springboard spinning heel kick from Fénix. Or Felix, as we're going to call him now. And then Cash goes for the drop kick, completely misses, and now Penta's in, fired up. Sling blade. Second sling blade, and an awkward one on Cash. Fires up. He's got both men just behind him. Looking for the double suplex, reversed by the Lucha Bros. Fénix catches his brother. Ducks under, hits it. This is just good wrestling. It's just good wrestling. Sophie Alex Baxter was on the same Piccadilly line train. same Piccadilly line train to eat. That's another banger. That is another banging story. Who have I seen on the tube? Who did I see on the tube? I can't remember, but I saw someone hilarious on the tube once, and I can't remember who it was. My girlfriend and my mum both saw Tim Minchin, the comedian, the stand-up, on different buses the same day, I think it was, when I was younger. And as a Tim Minchin fan, that annoyed me because I was on neither of those buses. Annoying. Not my story, just annoying. FTR holding the belts for 3 years, old school territory tag team style. Yeah, I mean, look, if they win this match, they'll be the first ever 2-time AEW tag team champions, which would be amazing for them, obviously. I think, look, I don't know. They're just so good. The thing is, right, if AEW had WWE's tag team division, but they were booking like AEW, they would just be champions. But they've got so many good tag teams that it's really difficult. It's really difficult to see them doing it. But 100%, like, they're so good. And now the Lucha Brothers have got both of FTR in submissions in a sort of combination. You've got Dax has been got in a headlock. Cash has been stretched. Beautiful stuff. Ramit says Soho needs Liv Morgan like an NWO needs Hogan, Nash to Hall. Do you know what? I think Soho's doing all right, and she might end up winning the TBS title. But I would love to see Liv Morgan let loose. You know, I think Liv Morgan's really good, and seeing her and Soho back together would be really sick. I would love that. This is his name now, Felix. He's going to be wearing cat ears. He's about as agile as a cat, to be fair to you, Adam. He is about as agile. That's the one. Khalees on the train. That's the one. I saw Khalees on the train to Manchester at 1 a.m. I was going to work. I was going for a shoot in Manchester, and we were on the last train to Manchester from London. It was like 1 a.m. at the time, coming out of Euston. And we went to, me and my mate who I was doing a shoot with, we went to the the buffet car to get a sandwich. I was hungry, innit? And Khalees was on the train with her son. She was just sat there. There was no one else on this train apart from us and Khalees. It was mad. We said hello. It's because it's Khalees. What did you think of Lucha Underground? I loved Lucha Underground, to be fair. I don't know if it's still going to carry on. They've obviously got a lot of problems contract-wise, and it doesn't seem to be carrying on. But I loved Lucha Underground. I thought Lucha Underground was brilliant, especially the first couple of series, series or two. It was probably the best wrestling show on television. That or NXT at the time were probably the best wrestling shows around. They were so good. FTR with a double catapult Penta into the ropes, hitting a Cero Miedo while they're at it just to rub it in. They're so good. A great story that isn't mine is my mate's GF commented on his photo with Sean Dyche thinking he was Andy Pass. To be fair, not dissimilar. I think voices very different. Not dissimilar looking geezers. And I suspect Sean Dyche would have taken that. But that is unreal. That is a beautiful story. That is a beautiful story. Yeah, I can see why. FTR got full control of this match now. Headlock on Penta in the middle of the ring from Dax. Shouting, asking. Penta's trying to fight his way back to Fénix on the edge of the ring. Can't quite make the tag. Dax just stops it with a big old forearm. Then goes for Fénix. Double clothesline, both men down. We're looking for maybe some hot tags here. Both men down. We're looking for maybe a double hot tag situation here. Cash comes across, tries to stop the tag from happening. Both men trying to get their tag. Fénix with a reversal. Penta with a counter. Tag to Fénix, but the referee hasn't seen it. Rick Knox hasn't seen it and forces Fénix back out of the ring. It's good heel work. It's good heel work from the boys. FTR just telling them no. Irish whip. Penta flips over it. Oh, Penta flipping and flopping all over the shop. Didn't know he had it in him. Not at his age anymore. Rolls over, hits a flipping diving DDT on Dax Harwood. And now he's looking for that tag to Fénix yet again. Dax is looking to try and stop him. Can't quite get there. The tag has happened. Fénix comes in with all of the speed you would expect of Fénix. Big double knee strike to the corner of Cash, and it just walks into he walked into the straightest fist you're ever going to see. Pops back up, hits it. Double roll through stunner. Beautiful stuff. Fénix is so good. So good. This is the same predicted Brazil to win Euro 2020. Could happen. Euro 2012, sorry. Could happen. And once said Munich was in Berlin and that Arsenal played their away games in Milan. Listen, you don't know they don't. Enough people share the San Siro. It could have been Arsenal. You don't know that. Fénix just runs up, hits the... walks the rope, running kick to the side of Dax's head. Pin 1, 2. Kick out. I'm loving FTR's shorts. FTR have got... So they've got the knee pads and they've got these navy trunks that have a really sort of nice 80s looking FTR on it that I'm big into. Fénix rolls through looking for the DDT. Can't quite find it. Dax stops it. Over the top looking for the sunset. That blocked through pin. Can't quite find it. Or Fénix accidentally forces. Oh, FTR. They've the belt. Fénix has been hit with a belt. Rick Knox hasn't seen it. 1, 2. Kick out from Fénix. Flipping hell. Fénix got hit with the Triple A Tag Team titles behind Mick Rox's back and missed it there. I thought that was it. I think something fell off the belt as well. Something seemed to go flying into the air. I don't know. It could have been off Fénix's mask as much as it could have been off the belt, but something went flying there. Fénix looking for that roll through again. Oh, big assisted back body drop from FTR cover. High angle cover as well. Doesn't quite make it. What do you think of TNA? I think they're doing good stuff now. I think, actually, to be fair, I think for the last year and a half, they've been pretty good. And I think I'm interested to see where it goes. They obviously have this forbidden door relationship, and it's not continuing, at least for now, with AEW, but it's an interesting thing to see. We'll see how it ends up playing out. But I think for the last year and a half, they've been pretty good, Ken, to be honest. And there's some interesting stuff going on, and they've got some very good people over there. Some very good people. Penta hits the Zero Miedo on your boy Dax Harwood. He's very happy about this. Goes to bounce off the ropes. Tully catches him. Alex Abrahentes is fuming. He's going across to have a big old showdown with Tully. Dax is up behind him. Big straight shot to Penta. Needs more Jarrett. Everything needs more Jarrett, doesn't it? If we're being honest. Get Big Double J in. JEFFJARRETT. Get him gone. Get him going. Get him in there. Still remember him turning up incredibly drunk to a Triple Mania about 4 years ago. It was bad. Oh, Penta hits the Eddie. He hits the Eddie. And the crowd are going high for Eddie Guerrero. And he's hitting the triple. He's hitting the triple suplexes. Then Fénix hits one. Lands it. Looking for the frog splash. Hits it. He's feeling froggy. He hits it. Cash Wheeler's coming across to try and stop him. 2 count. 2 count. Wasn't their finisher. That's why that didn't work. That's how that works. Is if you hit him with someone else's finisher, you can't win. But if you hit them with your finisher, you win. You know what I mean? Big Eddie chants from the crowd. Feeling froggy. Feeling froggy were your boy the Lucha Bros for a second there. Oh, big hook kick from Fénix. And all of a sudden, Lucha Brothers are in control of this match. They've got him up. Cash is in a perfect position to stop it from happening. There was a second there. Maybe FTR are going to win this. Reversed. Punched straight to the jaw. Just straight to the jaw. Dax and Cash working over Fénix here. Oh, who flips him over. They're looking for an assisted pile driver. This has to be it, surely. 1, 2. Fénix kicks out again. Thick kicks out again. I'm shocked that wasn't it. Because I heard TNA was going under. They'll never die, Ken. They'll never die. TNA will never, ever disappear. TNA will always exist forever because they are impossible to kill, like a cockroach. But with good wrestlers now. But they will never die. Roll up by Fénix. 1, 2. Kick out by Dax. Huge super kick from Fénix. Dax is down. Fénix can't capitalize on it. He drops to his knees. Penta's outside of the ring. Cash is outside of the ring. Penta's going up, trying to get to a tag position. Fénix is there. They tag. You feel like we're at the stage now. One big hit and then that's it. Either of these teams are going down. Fénix climbs up to the top. Dax trying to be put into that package position. It happens. It works. 1, 2. How has that not happened? Penta had Dax in the package position. Fénix pushes him down for that pile driver, bounces off him with a big crossbody off the top, goes straight through Cash. Both men pinning, both of FDR. 1, 2, kick out. Insane. Insane. Oh. One of FTR's put a mask on from when they beat Lucha Bros before. There's some shenanigans going on here, ladies and gentlemen. There is some classic shenanigans. Cash trying to get a pin, an illegal pin with the foot on the ropes. There's some nonsense shenanigans going on right now. Cash is illegal, but he's in the ring because of the mask. Up for the assisted. Oh. The Lucha Brothers. The Lucha Brothers get the 3. Get the 3. And it's done. It's over. The Lucha Brothers win. The FTR tried to cheat. They tried to put the mask on and tried to pull the wool over Rick Knox's eyes. And not only did it not work, they got because of it. Still the champs. The Lucha Brothers. Good match. Very good match. And 2 correct for your boy. Come on. Good match. Very good match. 2 teams who really work. 2 teams who really, really work. Unsurprisingly. You know, you look at both those boys and you're thinking that's a lot of good wrestlers in that ring, and unsurprisingly it works out. Next up we have Miro versus Danielson in the final of the AEW title tournament. Miro, spelt correctly, would be useful. Miro versus Bryan. Tell you what, I was saying this earlier, but Miro, since moving to AEW, has been so good. So, like, his promos have gone... He was always decent at talking in WWE. It's not like he was ever a bad talker, per se. It's not like you ever saw Miro and you were like, oh, he can't really talk. He was always funny, right? He was always funny, and when he needed to be serious, he was decent at it. But his, like, serious shtick in AEW has been, like... levels. Those promos, the ones he has, like, look, they realized they struck gold with him, where you just have a single camera on him and you just have it on him and he just talks to the camera in the darkness for like a minute. Fire. Straight fire. Also, what a theme song. He's coming out here. He's just coming out first here, and his theme song's just so good. Here he is. Big boy out to do big bits. Big Miro. The horns. It's just large. It's just large, you know? Hits the... You know? Love him. Love him. Former TNT champion, of course. Beat Orange Cassidy on his way to the final here against Danielson. Whoever wins this will be the #1 contender and get a title shot against either Omega or Hangman, whoever wins in the final of the in the final match of the show, in the main event. Some beautiful stuff. Probably my third most anticipated match of the night. You're talking Eddie Kingston and CM Punk. You're talking Omega and Hangman, and then this as well. Some big matches, and here comes Danielson. Ride of the Valkyrie starts playing, and out comes the American Dragon, ready to kick someone in the head. Probably Miro. Danielson's first pay-per-view in a non-WWE ring in what must be a decade. I don't know the exact amount of time, but it has to be over a decade, right? won every single match he's been in apart from the first against Omega where they came to a time limit draw. Undefeated so far, Danielson in AEW. Miro only beaten really by Sammy Guevara in a good match. Both men with weak necks coming into this. This is the story going into this. Miro has only seemed to be shaken when someone's gone for his neck. Daniel obviously had to retire from issues with his neck. That's probably what we're going to see here. Danielson has a massive... He's got a big old bruise under his eye. Puts his arm out, looking for a handshake from Miro, who says no, backs away. No handshake, no honour in this ring, people. Aubrey Edward gets the match under the way. This is going to be a good one. I agree. I think it's going to be a good one. I think Punk will win. I think Punk is going to beat Eddie Kingston as well. I'm fairly confident on that one. I think he needs it. Which is a shame because I love Eddie Kingston. But then again, clearly I like CM Punk. So Miro, early doors, showing he's got the power game over Danielson. Miro starts just absolutely tossing Bryan around. Bryan trying to wrestle Miro down, trying to grapple him down, trying to out-wrestle the dude, trying to get him in with the grips. Doesn't quite work. Miro just powering him, just lobbing him around. A God fears Miro sign in the crowd, as is probably the case. Bryan, is his tactics working? Are his tactics working? Who knows? We'll see how it goes. Logan Lambert, good to see you. Bray Wyatt debuts. We'll see. I don't think it's going to happen, Logan. For some reason, I don't think it's going to happen. If it will, hype. But I don't think it's going to happen for some reason. I'm not sure why. Danielson now starting to work over Miro. Hitting him with some headlocks. Hitting him with some uppercuts. Getting in, big knee strikes, big uppercuts. He's got Miro rocking a little bit here. He's managed to get in there, managed to get in close, started to just get some shots in there before where it really was just Miro tossing him about like a caber. It's a Scotland reference for you all. Hologram of Bray Wyatt costs Hangman the match. Piers, yeah. I do wonder if Bray's going to stay in wrestling. We know they've announced this horror film. We know that's happened. Is he going to stay in wrestling? I can't imagine. The thing is, it's weird. I can't imagine him wrestling anywhere but WWE. But I also can't imagine him not being in wrestling. It just seems wild to me. But we'll see what happens. If he's going to go anywhere, AEW are probably the only people who have the production value to really make Bray Wyatt work. But I don't know. You know? It depends what he sees. Maybe he just wants to get... If he wants to get out there and do, like... And grapple some people up as opposed to potentially doing mostly character-based stuff, then he could go anywhere. He could work a bits in Japan, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Bryan wins, says Logan. Yeah, I agree with you. I think Bryan... what did I say? Yeah. I said Bryan wins, didn't I? Yeah, Danielson for the win on this one is what I said. Miro, big shot to the body. Oh, he scouted Danielson's flip over and the reversal. Danielson backs into the reverse. Miro in the corner. He's receiving chops and kicks. He doesn't want them, but he's having them. Yeah, I said Danielson for the win on this one. Oh, Bryan was looking for that swinging DDT, that tornado DDT. That's what's done him in the past. Miro has looked susceptible to neck-based maneuvers like the DDT. He's struggled with him big time. And Danielson's gone for him, but he powers him back out and it just charges him down. Miro really showing the strength on Danielson at the moment. Just absolutely powering him about. In the build-up show for this, they had Bryan was talking about that they've had previous encounters, but that this is a different Miro and he's a different Daniel, which I think is very true. And I think this is what makes this match so exciting. This match in WWE I'd be excited about, but this match in AEW I'm like, oh my god, this is big. This is a big deal. Drop kick forces Miro to the outside. Daniel looking for a tope of some sort. Con Hilo. Miro jumps up big, just a big shot to Daniel as he tries to jump through the ropes. And then starts just tossing him around outside the ring. Or lobbing him about. No stress. No stress whatsoever. Should say I appreciate you all for watching. If you're here for the first time, subscribe. I don't know quite what I'm going to do with this channel yet. I've had some ideas. It's just about finding the time. But I'd love to see you all get involved. There will be watch-alongs. That's something I do think I'm going to do, to be honest. I do think I'm going to do. But I don't know yet. We'll see what happens. But appreciate you for coming, like the video, subscribe, all that good stuff. Lana to debut only for, let's say, Mason Ryan to come out after her and kiss. Miro never expects the never escapes it. If there's one thing he can't escape, it's the cuck angle. Mason Ryan. I wonder what Mason Ryan's up to these days. Don't know. Trying to think. Have I seen him? No, I don't know what he's up to. I wonder what he's up to. Mason Ryan, if you're watching this, let us know what you're up to, mate. I mean, look, Miro mentions his wife in every single promo, so like non-stop, like constantly. Alternatively, Chris Masters, mate, he puts her in the master lock. Lana comes out, Chris Masters comes out, puts her in the master lock. Miro comes, he puts him in the master lock. Daniel tries to stop him, he puts him in the master. They're all in the master lock at once, all three. Another guy, I wonder what he's doing nowadays. Not the foggiest. Not the foggiest. Because you tend to hear about a lot of like those kind of wrestlers who don't exist on anyone's radar anymore. You tend to see them pop up at like indie shows or whatever on Twitter. But who knows? Who knows? Haven't heard of him because I don't think I have. Could have wrestled for like NEW or something. Miro just brutalizing Danielson right now. He's got him in the corner on the floor, leverage just absolutely foot in the face. Aubrey is struggling to tell Miro no. I wouldn't. He's a big bloke. Jay Lethal debuts. Yeah, another potential one. I mean, that's the point. We could see, I guess, we could see a ROH debut, if not some. I don't know what their contracts. I don't know if they're contracted, whether they're allowed to debut on another television channel. I know obviously they've said everyone's contracts are ending, but I don't know whether or not we'll see. But then again, I don't know if we'll see any debuts this one. You know, I don't think we will, Logan. To be honest with you, I think if we're going to see any of them, it would be Wyatt, and I don't think Wyatt's going to happen this time. So I don't think we see any debuts. I feel like if we were to see, I don't know. I feel like it's almost a bit obvious to have too many. If you set the expectation that debuts are going to happen every single pay-per-view, then you have to live up to it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Danielson started to hit the running drop kicks on Miro, who's rocking. And just when you thought he was down and out, he pops up Bryan for a big Samoan drop. 1, 2, kick out. New prediction, Hangman breaks a toenail on his entrance, replaced by Paul White, who wins a retro final cut. Mate, imagine that. Just a big clobber. You know what I mean? Just a big clobber. Bryan just thrown into the ring post, shoulder first by Miro. Crumples to the outside of the ring. Miro's rolled out after him. He's looking for something under the ring. Can't find what. He looked for it and then just turned around and went, actually, nah. The The knockout punch. I had something in my head. It's gone. Sorry. Kevin Steen debuts. Nah, he's still in WWE, innit? I wish. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Bryan reverses Miro straight into the ring post. Big flying knee from Daniel straight to Miro on the outside. Both men down. Danielson starting to turn this round. Someone in the crowd just screaming, "Baby, let's go" at Daniel Bryan. Baby, let's go. Baby, let's go. Baby, let's go. No, mate, the final cut. SmackDown, here comes the pain style. See, if you're talking SmackDown, here comes the pain style. Big Show debuts, come in. Well, he doesn't debut, he's already there. But Paul Wyatt, helicopter down, splash off it. Ring breaks. Comes in on a motorbike, grabs him, starts driving about with it. Daniel Bryan with a big shotgun drop kick off the top rope. Kips up. Miro's rocked. Miro down on the quad turnbuckle. And now those kicks, formerly the yes kicks, now just kicks. Left, right. Danielson just going to town on Miro. Oh, Daniel rolls through. He hooked him up for a 2. Miro kicks out and Daniel just gets him into a heel hook. And Miro's in trouble here. He's in the center of the ring. Heel hook applied. He's struggling. He's in pain. He can't. He's a big boy, is Miro. He doesn't really move around. He doesn't have a counter right now. This is one of the things I've loved about Danielson in AEW is he's just finding these submission style moves and just absolutely doing them. And he's wrenching. He's twisting. He's doing bad things. He's doing bad things to Miro. He just powers back up, deadlifts Bryan into a German suplex from a deadlift gut wrench. Ugh. Vinnie Mac comes out, everything is a work, introduces John Cena, title fights now, triple threat. Hogan comes down, helps Cena, Orange Cassidy is fired on the spot, nuclear heat, it's nuclear, you don't even know what's happening anymore. Flipping, Eric Bischoff comes out, he's in charge now. Wild. Edge doesn't really exist. Edge comes down to the ring, he takes off a mask, it's actually Christian. just confusion, mass confusion, and what can only be described as obtuse vibes. Vince Russo, that's a better one than Bischoff. Russo comes down, he's on a motorbike, but it's not green, just fumes everywhere, front row choking. And Vince Russo starts saying, "Dude, I don't care, dude, blah blah blah, dude." I'm taking the mick out of a guy for saying "dude" too much. That's rich coming from me. Big kick from Daniel Bryan to Miro to the side of his head. 1-2, not happening. AJ Styles versus Kenny Omega, unreal match. Imagine it, Logan, for a second. Just imagine it. Did they ever have a match in Japan? I know AJ and Kenny had a match years ago at an independent in Canada, and that's why Kenny Omega didn't quit. Kenny Omega's told a story about wanting to quit wrestling and that being the reason he decided not to. But did they ever have a match in Japan? I don't think they did, because obviously they were both in Bullet Club. I'm trying to remember, and I can't remember one. I might be wrong about that though, because Kenny was in the juniors division as well at that time, and obviously AJ was in heavyweights because he was heavyweight champ. So don't know. I'd have to double check. Vinnie Mac versus Tony Khan, Vince Russo on a pole match. Imagine it. Dennis, did you ever see the Tony Khan like promo stuff when they first started doing the bits with Impact TNA and the like feud that they did, which ended up with Kenny winning the championship? Did you ever see the stuff Tony Khan did when he cut the promos and he was like going on about people? Oh, it was beautiful. Leg hooked, 1, 2, kick out from Daniel. Kick out from Daniel. Miro calling to the gods. Hand raised, looking up. He feels like he's got the power. He steps back up. A renewed vibe from Miro. Nope, afraid not. I'll send you one of them. You'd enjoy it. I can't lie to you. You'd enjoy it. He calls for the game over. Stamps Bryan on the back. He's looking for that camel clutch. Bryan's trying to fight out of it. And there it is. He's hitting with the camel clutch. In any event, signing off now. I hope you enjoyed my trolling. Bring on the cowboy. Of course. No worries. Good to see you, my friend. I'm sure the cowboy shit will be enjoyed. I'll tell you that much for a fact. Owen Hart, great wrestler. Great wrestler. He's got the Owen Hart tournament starts after this on Dynamite. I don't know if it starts on Dynamite or whether they're announcing it on Dynamite, but the Owen Hart tournament starts soon. Going back for the game over a second time, Miro. Now just stomping a mud hole, as it were, in Daniel Bryan. Trying to get him once more into the game over. Into that camel clutch. He does, but Bryan rolls through. 1, 2, kick out. And then rolls straight through into the label lock. Has he got it? He's got it locked in. What a reversal from Daniel Bryan into the label lock. This could be it. Oh, Daniel just raking at the nose of Miro. Miro's down in the middle of the ring, sprawled. Is it over? The crowd think it might be. The crowd think it might be. Oh, Miro fights out and then just a big blow to Bryan stops it in its tracks. He was just hammering down Miro on top of Daniel, but now he stopped him. He's got the sleeper locked in, Bryan. Reverse those blows. This is how he beat Kingston. The triangle lock. Miro just gouging the eyes. Aubrey counting him out. 4 before he releases. He does have till 5. I don't know if you've heard this. He does have till 5. It's a little cheeky Bryan Danielson reference, you know. Danielson, both men up, starting to hit big European uppercuts. Miro firing up. He's just taking him now. Oh, big discus forearm and then a huge one back from Miro, and down goes Bryan to his knees. Miro, he wants him. He's calling for it. Started to hit some side kicks. Miro's calling for him. He wants him. Excalibur making a good call there. We've seen Bryan do this before. He's done it with Minoru Suzuki. Now, look, Miro is obviously a much meatier man than Minoru. Let's be real about it. He is. But listen, if you go toe-to-toe in a striking match with Minoru goddamn murder Grandpa Suzuki, is Miro a fearful guy for you? I don't know, but he's going for it. And Miro's taking him. You can see the grimace on his face, but he is taking him. And then once again, drops Danielson again. Just muscles him up onto his shoulders. He's climbing the ropes now. Bryan on his shoulders. Bryan wriggles free, starts raining down with elbows, trying to stop Miro from climbing up on top of those ropes. Both men battling now on the top turnbuckle. Neither men stood fully up, but they are rocking. Danielson has him up. The DDT is done. This is it. This is over. Daniel hits the DDT from the top and then gets him in the headlock. It's done. It's over. Bryan wins. Bryan wins. He's the number one contender. And it's the neck once again that does Miro down. That does Miro's downfall once again. Unsurprisingly, Bryan does get the win. They were both battling on the top rope, trying to find anything. Bryan gets the dub, spins him round with a swinging DDT off the top of the ropes, off the second turnbuckle. That's about as weak as you're ever going to see Miro in that one. He's weak to tornado DDTs from the ground, let alone from the second rope. Gets him down, puts him in a headlock. That's it. It's done. It's over. Count out. He's out cold. Aubrey stops it. Ref stoppage. Bryan Danielson is your number one contender for the AEW World Championship. 3 matches down. 3 matches down. All 3 have had correct so far. Come on, lads. But all very good. All very good so far. All very good matches, some 4. And just in case you thought that it was going to slow down at all, nope. The Young Bucks and Adam Cole versus the Luchasaurus Jungle, not the Lucha Boy, Luchasaurus Jungle Boy and Christian Cage in a Falls Count Anywhere match. The Super Click versus Jurassic Express. Here we go. I hope they do more Stadium Stampede. Yeah, same. Stadium Stampedes were really fun. I think, once you go back to if they go back to do any Dynamite shows or stuff or Rampage shows from Daily's place, they should definitely do another. Out come the Young Bucks in what can only be described as an incredibly pink outfit, and I am very much here for that. Hangman will win the AEW Championship. I agree with you. I think it's going to happen. I think that's my bet, and it'll be Hangman versus Daniel, and Hangman beats Daniel first time round. That's my bet, Logan. That's what I think. But yes, I believe Hangman will win tonight. Oh my god. Okay, so first of all, we're getting the Nick doing the big old nonsense, which I'm here for. Second of all, they were wearing pink. They're wearing pink tights with a leather jacket with pink accents and a pink headband on. But they've also dyed their beard pink. Well, it's purple, I guess, but I love the Young Bucks. They're such idiots in the best possible way. In the best possible way. And obviously Adam Cole gets his own entrance for just to be able to hear that theme. You know it's all about the boom. What a theme song. Adam Cole, baby. Adam Cole, baby. Scenes. And he's come out obviously colour matching with the Young Bucks here. You know it's all about the boom. Adam Cole, baby. You know it's all about the boom. What a theme song, by the way. Also, underrated. Obviously, Adam Cole has the boom. He has the Adam Cole, baby. But the way he walks, when he walks with his arms out, it's always just so sick. I do that around the house sometimes, you know what I mean? Just to feel something in my sad life. Big boom from the crowd. And there is a lot of pink in this ring right now. You have the Young Bucks wearing their incredibly pink outfit. You have Cole wearing his incredibly pink outfit. He's about to hit the Adam Cole baby. Come on, lads. You also have Michael Nakazawa and Brandon Cutler also wearing. Well, Nakazawa's just wearing his normal outfit. Brandon Cutler a full pink tracksuit. Just a lot of pink. Out first for their opponents, Jurassic Express is Christian Cage. No pink. Disgracefully. Shockingly. What happens if I do this? Jurassic Express. Yeah, I'll do. He's kind of part of the Jurassic Express now, ain't Christian? He's dressed for the fight. He's got jeans on. That's how you know that's how you know you're in for a match anywhere. Falls count anywhere this match, of course. Genuinely wonder what will happen. Here comes Jungle Boy, and you've got to get involved. Like, listen, Taz might not be here, but you've got to get involved like you would. Come on. You've got to get involved. Taz isn't here. You've got to do it for him, you know? What a song, by the way, this is. Lucha Boy, Jungle Boy, and Luchasaurus coming out. Jungle Boy also in jeans again. He knew the assignment. Tell you what. I would. WWE versus AEW will happen. Not for a long time. If you're talking in a in-ring kayfabe type thing, storyline thing, not for a long time. It will happen in terms of just like ratings and that. It will definitely happen. And I think that was in Jacksonville. It was in Jacksonville, yeah, at the Daily's place. The place that the Tony Khan's dad owns, that arena that they did all the pandemic shows in. If they go back there, which they will do at some point, I think it would be a great thing to do. Get another stadium stampede going, to be honest. And here we go, early doors. Of course, falls count anywhere this match. Could go anywhere, hoping it will go everywhere. Luchasaurus, I've also just noticed, also wearing jeans. He has his classic belt on with the flap thing at the front and his long shoes and that. But apart from that, is wearing jeans. Love that. Instant big boot out to Nick Jackson. Sends him out. Matt springboards himself out. Oh, Luchasaurus with a moonsault off the apron. Love that. Adam Cole looking for a Panama Sunrise early. Christian ducks onto it. Looking for the kill switch. Reverses. Reversed again. There's a lot of reversals here. Big R2 action. And now Christian just going to work. Pummeling down on Adam Cole. Who after 3 or 4 super kick to the back of the leg. Jungle Boy, this match is starting fast. It's starting early. We're still in the ring, people, but we won't be there for long. Killer Cross debuts? I don't think so. I think his contract's not. I think he had a 90-day release clause on his contract, which would mean he wouldn't be available until February or something. I think Logan. The Young Bucks are so pink because they've also got pink shoes on. I'm vibing it, but it's a lot. It's a lot. Jungle Boy with both the Young Bucks in his arms. Oh, double arm drag, but they both flip back up. Oh, double clothesline. Easy. Just down. Knocks it down. And then just cleared through by Luchasaurus with a double clothesline. And Adam Cole just launches a chair. Launches it at Luchasaurus straight off the dome. Pump kick gets Christian Cage off the ring. And now Jungle Boy, why do I keep saying that? Who was hit from a concerto. Who helped the concerto on Adam Cole. Picks it up. Swings it at Cole. Under. Jumps over. And then Cole just receives it straight to the dome. Keith Lee and Ember Moon. I think Keith Lee and Ember Moon will rock up in AEW. Again, they both, I believe, will have 90-day release clauses on their contract, so it won't be till February. But I do, at least I think it will be February. But I do think they'll both end up in AEW. I think that's really easy as well. Killer Cross, I'm 50-50 on, but I really do think that Keith Lee and Ember Moon will rock up. A beautiful reversal from Jungle Boy, who ends up sitting in the chair and it just receives a knee strike to the face for his good measure. There's now a table set up outside the ring. Just letting you know for future reference. Oh! Big reverse DDT onto the chair from Adam Cole from Christian onto Adam Cole. Couldn't quite get the 3 count from it. People come in and stop it. What do you think was the best match in AEW so far? If you're talking on the show tonight, I would say MJF versus Darby Allin. If you're talking in AEW completely, oh, Luchasaurus with a double German suplex. Had to muscle them both up as well. Beautiful stuff from Luchasaurus. And now Adam Cole just clobbers him with a trash can upside the head. In comes Lucha Boy. Let's just go with it. Hits a huge German suplex. And the trash can got absolutely launched outside the ring at the same time. Jungle Boy going for the dive. Tope Suicida through the bottom ropes. Goes for again. He's looking for the Tope Suicida through the middle ropes. Hits it. Going for a third. Probably going through over the top. He's looking for a Tope Con Hilo. Hits it. My back absolutely gets clobbered by a trash can for his measure. For good measure. Completely. Good question, Ken. Kenny versus Bryan. Kenny versus Bryan was pretty damn good. First cover outside the ring. 2 count Luchasaurus on Nick Jackson, I think it was, or Matt Jackson, one of the Jacksons. I'll say Kenny versus Bryan at the New York show, but I can't. But I'm sure there is another one. Ooh, Lucha Brothers versus Young Bucks have always been really good. They've had like a bunch of really good matches. You had the early ones at the first pay-per-views before TV started. You have like the ladder match in that. You had the cage match, which was unreal. Combination there from Lucha Boy and Junglesaurus. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, I'll say those. Let's go with Lucha Brothers versus Young Bucks, but I'll probably forget one, Ken. Batista to AEW. I don't think it will ever happen, Logan. Potentially, but I don't think it's worth. Like, I think he'll always be a WWE guy, always. I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, I mean, amazing matches, all of them. But I feel like I'm forgetting something. I'd have to go through and look. Another table has been set up outside the ring now. Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus setting it up just by the ramp, sort of in a place precarious next to the turnbuckle. Could go wrong. Oh my God, Adam Cole is bleeding, like in the most. His entire face, his entire forehead's just red. Oh, and Christian's going for the concerto. Here. This could finish it. Adam Cole already bloody AF. Christian gives the chair to Jungle Boy to hit him with the concerto. Christian pulled out by Nick. Matt clobbers Jungle Boy just to stop it from happening. And those Christian and Matt, they're off. Falls count anywhere. They're taking it literally. They've left. They're battling off to the backstage area. 4 men remain inside the ring. Christian Cage and Nick Jackson have just gone off to the side of the stage to the backstage area. 2 men left. 4 left. Jurassic Express, Adam Cole, Matt Jackson left in the ring. Luchasaurus was trying to launch Adam Cole out of the ring there. Flipping heck. Dangerous. Lucha. Super kicks all round, and Matt starts moving. Hits Luchasaurus with one more super kick, who is landing on the table. This is a good position for someone to go through it. Matt tries to throw Lucha Boy out, hits for the rebound. Lariat can't quite find it. Oh. Head scissors over the top. Hurricane Runner from Jungle Boy. Adam Cole's gone through a table. Matt Jackson now on the opposite side of the ring. Climbs up to the top. Oh, big elbow drop from the top. Through the table. Luchasaurus. All 4 men have just gone through tables. Insane. Jungle Boy originally launches himself over the top rope from inside the ring, over the top rope, catches Adam Cole in a Hurricane Runner, launches him through the table. Elsewhere, Matt Jackson flies off the top rope, elbow drop through the table of Luchasaurus. And now, right up the top of the arena, Christian Cage fighting Nick Jackson alongside Brandon Cutler and Michael Nakazawa. And they're off. Christian Cage is climbing up. He's climbing up. They're on the top of the arena here. They're up in the crowd. They're up at the top, just underneath the balcony. The 3 men he was battling, he keeps climbing up. He's now in one of the boxes, standing above an exit sign. We get a wide shot of all the crowd. He's so high up. Big crossbody onto all 3 men. This is just good stuff. This is what you wanted to see. In a false count match anywhere, this is what you want to see. A 2 count comes from it for Christian Cage, but this is exactly the sort of nonsense you want to see. Christian Cage, he hits one of those, launches himself off the top of the exit side, just a big crossbody onto the 3 men, and now he's battling Nick Jackson on his way down. Posing for selfies with him as he beats him up on the way down. Listen, Christian was around in the Attitude Era, you know? He knows what fans want in a match like this. And him and Nick are going all over the shop. Nick thrown back into the ringside area by Christian, who launches himself back over. He wants in. Straight for Matt Jackson. Matt is stirring after the Luchasaurus spot. Reverses an Irish whip from Christian Cage straight into the steel steps. Ooh. Jungle Boy started to hit drop kicks. Can't quite find it. Adam Cole pulls him outside. Oh. No. He German suplexes Jungle Boy into the edge of the ring. Ugh. Not here for it. Very painful. My God, do the Young Bucks look so ridiculous in the pink. I love it. Oh, and Adam Cole is thrown the velvet bag to Matt Jackson. We know what this is. Listen, if you've watched wrestling to any sort of extent, you know what's about to come out of this bag. He's being untied. It's thumbtacks in it. It's thumbtacks. Jungle Boy down in the center of the ring. It is thumbtacks. Oh no. A handful of thumbtacks into Jungle Boy's mouth as Adam Cole holds him in the camel clutch. Looking for a double super kick. They're winding up for it. First of all, a kiss for Adam Cole. And there it is, the double super kick. Mouthful of thumbtacks for Jungle Boy. Cover, 1, 2. Christian Cage forces the issue, stops it. Oh. I don't know if thumbtacks in the mouth hurts, but it seems like it would. That's enough for me to go, oh, oh. Not keen. Not keen. It's a ladder in the ring. Christian Cage getting just put face first into that ladder right now by Matt Jackson, just slamming him in. They've got the trash can now as well, Adam Cole. Adam Cole looked to try and slam him, held by the Young Bucks. Christian fights out of it. Oh, absolutely clobbers Adam Cole with it. Clobbers Matt. Nick manages to avoid it. Oh! Oh! Christian has Matt had Nick in the headlock, ready for a DDT, bounces off the ropes tornado style, and then DDTs him off the ladder. Luchasaurus now comes in, starts beating up Adam Cole. Luchasaurus has all three men in three corners. Goes for one, jumps over Rick Knox on his way to the second. Now going for Adam Cole. Reverses it with a big pump kick. Looking for a Panama Sunrise, can't quite find it. Luchasaurus catches him. He's got him up on his shoulders. Adam Cole manages to wriggle into a sort of face position. Adam Cole dropped into the ladder from Luchasaurus. He then starts just booting chairs into the Young Bucks. Oh my god, that looks so painful. And now Luchasaurus flipping DDTs Nick Jackson into the ladder, who's already gone into it. And then a good moonsault pin. Oh. Matt Jackson. Luchasaurus was covering Matt with the bottom of the trash can, so the circular bottom just clobbed it straight to his head. The sound was horrendous. It was like a big clonk. Oh, Luchasaurus kicks out at one after a super kick from Matt Jackson. Straight back up, and Matt literally just leaves the ring. He just goes. He's done. He's out of it. And now Luchasaurus, he's chasing Matt Jackson to the back now. He's gone all the way up to the top of the ramp. Oh, and Jungle Boy out of nowhere. Single leg. Hits it with the snare trap right at the top of the ring, and Adam Cole stops it. Christian Cage gets involved, attacking Adam Cole. 4 men at the top of the ramp now. We've got Jungle Boy, Christian Cage at the top of the ramp, Adam Cole up there with them with Matt Jackson. Nick Jackson and Luchasaurus are both still in the ring. Not anymore. Nick Jackson with a big old super kick to Christian at the top of the ramp. Luchasaurus is the only one who's not up there now. Matt Jackson, Nick Jackson lining... Oh, they were lining Christian up, but instead Luchasaurus catches him. He's got him in a chokeslam position right by the edge of it. Someone's going off the edge of this. Someone is going off the edge of this, and a low blows all around. Just you're kicking people in the dick. You love to see it. Oh, Christian Cage. Oh, tried to catapult Nick into the station, who caught himself. Adam Cole pops up with a super kick. Matt Jackson went flying off the stage to dive onto Luchasaurus. The other 4 are still on the top. Cole and Jungle Boy both fighting by the top of the stage. Jungle Boy started trying to climb. Adam Cole pulls him back down, hits him with a low super kick to the knee. Then he starts climbing. Panama Sunrise. Oh, Panama Sunrise from Adam Cole on the stage. 1, 2. Luchasaurus stops it. Adam Cole hanging off the set hits a Panama Sunrise on Jungle Boy. Only enough for a 2. Good block by Luchasaurus, and now all 3 of the Super Click are lining up for a super kick on Luchasaurus. All of them have hit a super kick. Luchasaurus down. All 3 hitting one again on Christian Cage. All 3 members of Jurassic Express are down now. All 3 members of the Super Click are up. And Adam Cole gets another bag. Pulls out. Oh! Adam Cole pulls out a knee pad with thumbtacks on it. He pulls out a second one, gives it to Nick, gives one to Matt, pulls out a third, starts putting it on himself. Adam Cole's finisher is that knee strike. We've seen them put thumbtacks on other things before. We've seen them do it on the shoes at the last pay-per-view. We've seen them do it on shoes at PWG before. And now all 3 of the Super Click have a knee pad on with thumbtack. They're looking for a three-way BTE trigger on Luchasaurus. Just takes it, and it has to be done. 1, 2. Jungle Boy stops it. Jungle Boy stops it. My you know what I mean? It's just probably mad painful. Now again, all 3 members of the Super Click are up. Jungle Boy is the only one standing for Jurassic Express. He's trying to fight him off. He's doing well. Oh, he hits a German suplex to Nick Jackson on the stage. And then out of nowhere, Christian hits a spear. Oh. And now Luchasaurus is up. And he's got Adam Cole in a chokehold. He's looking for potentially a chokeslam off the stage. He just launches him off. Adam Cole chokeslammed off the stage into Nakazawa, Cutler, and Jackson. And now Luchasaurus standing on top of the stage. It's a shooting star. Jungle Boy's shocked. Luchasaurus, after choke slamming Matt Jackson, or Nick Jackson, I think it was, off the stage into the others, standing at the top of the stage, it hits a shooting star press from the stage onto the people below. And now Christian Cage on the stage has Matt Jackson in the position for a concerto. Jungle Boy is also there with him. Jungle Boy stops him, says, "I'm ready." Jungle Boy, Matt Jackson, motionless on the stage, head ready for the concerto, chair in hand. Hits it. It's done. It's over. And shockingly, I think I'm wrong, Matt Jackson, motionless. 1, 2, 3. It's done. It's done. Fair play. Fair play. The winners are Christian Cage, Luchasaurus, and Jungle Boy, the Jurassic Express. I was wrong on that one. First one I've been wrong on. But a good match. A good match. A very good match. A fun match. Full of a lot of insane things that happened. Luchasaurus just hit a shooting star press off the stage, for Christ's sake. I mean, good stuff. There was a moment there where I thought, when Jungle Boy was standing behind Christian Cage, who was about to hit a concerto, and I was like, no, don't turn on him, don't turn on him. But he just said, I'm ready. Took it. Christian Cage let him. Hits him with the concerto. 1, 2, 3. a lot of insane spots from that match. A lot of insane spots. I'm shocked. I thought it would have got the win because of Adam Cole. His first non-WWE pay-per-view. I thought it would have been a dub. But Jungle Boy gets the pin on Matt Jackson. Good work. Right, I'm going to BRB. I need to go pee and get a drink. I shall be back. But yeah, give me just a moment. I'll tell you what we will do. We'll do just a bit of this. Give me 1 second. Not BRB Express. Just BRB. 1 sec. Right. Next up, we have Andrade El Idolo and Malachi Black, who we're seeing his amazing entrance right now, versus Cody Rhodes and Pac. But how will they coexist? Is the question I hear you asking yourself. Malachi's intro is so good. And I'm not like a I'm not someone who's like mad into metal or anything. I just think it's such a cool entrance. There are very few entrances as cool as Malachi Black's. Very few. For those wondering, so no one. Got some Sainsbury's salt and vinegar for crisps that I'm going to eat as well because I'm really hungry. So it's just life, innit? It's just such a cool entrance. The way he like appears and reappears, he'll be like and then he'll disappear, and then he'll be like, and then he'll disappear, and he'll be like, you know what I mean? It's just a good entrance. Then he takes off his mask, and he has the like ting on his face, and it's good. It's good. First out for their opponents is Pac. The bastard. The bastard Pac. From a small mining town just outside London, Newcastle upon Tyne. The bastard Pac. So for this match, what did I say? This match, I thought it would be Black and Andrade. Still think that. I think it's a little bit unfortunate for Pac in some ways. He's put next to Cody. Do you think Cody will turn heel? Yes, I do. Will it be now? I don't know. I think there is a heel turn in Cody's, if not immediate, if not very close to being if not now, then very soon. I do think there is definitely a heel turn in his future, 100%. I don't know when though. He's too much of a heel. He's basically a heel now. Like, we can talk about it all we like, but he's defo a heel. He's not. He can't. There's no way anyone can tell me this man is not a heel. He's coming out to the ring now, right? I said this on a video I did make on his channel. Lambert agrees. I said this on a video I made on this channel about top 5 perfect opponents for CM Punk. Oh, sorry, top 3 perfect opponents now. CM Punk is in AEW. And I was talking about Cody Rhodes. He's the perfect heel. His overly ostentatious entrance, his OTT being, he thinks in his head he is his dad. You know what I mean? He's just such a heel. You can't tell me he's not. And this feud with Malachi, I think, would have been the perfect way to force him into a heel. Oh, big armed Anderson is out. Pull out your guns, boys. Pull out your Glocks. He's here. I think this Malachi feud would have been a perfect way to turn him heel. Because you have someone who is just better than him, who he can't beat. I would have just had Malachi just keep beating him until eventually Cody just snaps. But no, he's still a face, apparently. Still a face, apparently. We'll see what happens. But I do think... I don't think it will happen today, but I think it's on the way. I also think Malachi versus Malachi and Andrade are getting the win here. Strongly think that. Teddy, you asked Junior returns. Imagine. Apparently he's not wrestling anymore. Apparently he's just happy living his life, which is fair enough. You gotta respect it. The bell rings. Andrade and Pac start the match. Cody has got his black trunks on. He's looking vaguely heelish in his attire, in his get-up. Again, I don't think it will happen, but you know, we'll see what happens. Cody does tag himself in again. How will they coexist? How will these two individuals coexist? Not sure. Because I heard from him that it will never turn. Big John Cena vibes. You could make the argument that he doesn't need to turn and he could just work heel but still be a face, I guess. But I do think Cody... I mean, I've heard from Cody in interviews in the past where he's spoken about the idea of, like, working grey, I guess. Like, sort of being a tweener, being in between the idea of being a face and being heel and everything else. I've heard this from him before, but I just can't envision a situation where he doesn't turn. I mean, Cody Rhodes, again, is the perfect heel. He really is, especially for this company. Um, AEW, Ring of Honor, New Japan, stuff he was doing there. Basically, everything he was doing from leaving WWE. He had that sort of brief run where he first came back to the independence, and he's facing all these people with the list and everything else, and it's very exciting. And he's doing his stuff and all that. That was all great. But the second he sort of turned up in the Bullet Club, as the American Nightmare, and he was a heel. I think from then on, he was just an excellent heel. Really until AEW or All In was really when he first started sort of turning into a face. That sort of time when the Bullet Club was healed and all that. I think that was really when he started turning. Then since then he's obviously been a face. But I think when you look at his heel stuff, he's always been so good at it. I think it would just be a massive loss if he never did it, and I think he'd regret it. I do think it will happen. I think if you're talking about it on a personal level, I think he would also regret it. So I suspect he will. Don't know when, but I suspect he will. Cody once again tagging himself back in from Pac there, forcing Malachi Black now, who then gets tagged out by Andrade. See what happens. Jay White. Yeah, I'd be interested to see who the next person through the Forbidden Door, as it were, is. Andrade and Cody both launching themselves over the ropes, both like cartwheeling their ways into the ring. Jose, the assistant, getting involved on to help out Andrade there, who then just clobbers Cody. He's on the outside. Yeah, I'm interested to see who the next person is who comes through the Forbidden Door, as it were. Okada seems like the obvious shout at this point. There's a lot every time Okada says anything, every time, well, not Okada, every time Tony Khan says anything, there seems to be references to Okada. There was a lot of rumors going around that he may or may not turn up on Dynamite and Rampage this week. Of course, Rampage especially because New Japan have their show as well. I don't know if is their show tonight. It's a pay-per-view tomorrow. I can't remember, but they have their the Battle of the Valley coming up. So Okada is in America and stuff. So I would be interested to see who comes through. I think there is an argument to be said that you could have a New Japan star turn up on this show, be it Jay White, be it Okada, be it Tomohiro Ishii. That would be my favorite one. Get Big Ishii involved. And obviously Jay White is working the New Japan Strong at the moment. Ospreay as well, of course. But I don't know. I'm interested to see who the next person through the door is. But again, like I say, I would suspect. I don't know. I don't suspect we'll see any debuts on this show. I was looking at the card beforehand, and I think it's too stacked. It's too stacked to attack Omega at the end. Again, I don't think we end on anything like that. I think you could. I think WWE probably would, but I don't think AEW would end on that. I think even when you saw last time around, when Cole came out and then got involved in the Elite's attacks, and we saw Daniel Bryan come out, I think that was more of a double twist on the idea of someone coming out and attacking someone at the end to set something else up, you know? I don't know. Both teams failing to coexist at the moment. If you want an update on coexistence, both teams failing at it at the moment. You had a Pac and a Cody just tagging each other in constantly. Tagging themselves in constantly. But Malachi and Andrade have started doing it as well. So maybe no one will coexist. Maybe this will turn into some sort of four-way. Again, potentially facilitating Kobe heel turn. Again, I don't think it will happen, but just saying. tell you what, Ken, you were talking about best AEW matches so far. Pac versus Andrade 2, specifically. Both, but 2. Real good. Really good. Jose Andrade's assistant just trying to step to Arn Anderson, who pulls out the Glock, blaps him, and then just starts absolutely clobbering the poor dude. I say the poor dude. It's kind of a dream if you're a wrestling fan, right? To just get to work Arn Anderson on the edge of the ring, just get to run about with Arn Anderson. At the same time, did just get clobbered in the head. And Arn just chasing him to the back now. And we are down to just the competitors inside this match. Andrade and Malachi now just taking control of the match, forcing him down. We had a big tornado, whatever you want to call it, from Andrade to Malachi on the edge of the ring. Adam Cole and Young Bucks turn on Kenny. I think they obviously set up this week on Dynamite and on Rampage that Bobby Fish and Adam Cole are at least still friends. Obviously, both from Undisputed Era and NXT. So they've set up this idea that they are still friends and that they still talk and that they still, are friend, they're associates to some extent. With the rumors that Kyle O'Reilly's contract comes up in December, we could see a situation in which potentially Adam Cole turns on the Young Bucks for an Undisputed Era reunion once Kyle O'Reilly is free. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I'd be interested to see what happens. I don't think we'll see... split leg moonsault from Andrade is just good stuff, and Pac breaks it up with the ropes. I think, so I'm interested to see how it goes. We'll see where it goes from there, but I don't know. I don't think we'll see him fight each. I don't think we'll see him turn yet. But if Kenny does lose tonight, which I've said he will, and I think he will, I think it's Paige's time. If Kenny loses tonight, then all of a sudden, the Elite don't have any belts. They've gone from having all the belts to in 2 pay-per-views losing both of them. So you could see the breakup of the Elite from that. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Interestingly there, Andrade, the pendulum DDT, slingshot, over the top. Pac, who's hanging through the ropes. Andrade flips himself over them, catches him midair, and just DDTs him onto the edge of the apron. Beautiful move. Interestingly there, Pac went to go get a tag from Cody, who was Pac went to go and get a tag from Cody, who was on the outside, sort of just not on the edge of the ring, and he's healing it up quite a bit here, Cody. He's not actively doing heel work, but he's certainly not working face, and Pac is trying to fight his way off both of these men. And then finally, both men are down. Pac's managed to fight off the attacks, the battle from both men, and instantly Cody pops up on the apron and starts stomping, trying to get the crowd going, who are booing Cody. He's hyping him up again. Tag is in. Cody and Andrade start just going for each other. Loads up with a Dusty Road elbow. Oh, cheeky disaster kick to Malachi off the apron. Cody and Andrade now working over the top. I'm starting to think Cody's going heel. They're playing into it too much. He's now got Andrade. Cody now has Andrade. Potentially a reverse. Oh, a reverse suplex off the top from Cody to Andrade. Big move. 1, 2. 2 count. They might turn Cody here. He's healing it up. He's wearing the black trunks. He's wearing the black trunks. He's been sort of, he's not being a good team player, let's say. He's sort of playing up to the boos a little bit. He's not doing anything outwardly heelish, but look, he understands what he's doing. He understands he's playing up to this a little bit. I'm starting to think, look, again, I still don't happen. Maybe it might happen tonight. I don't think it will, but still, maybe we see Cody win via a heelish move. I don't know. Bray will join the Dark Order. I mean, could be. It seems like the obvious thing to do, right? It seems like the obvious thing to do. So whether or not I'd want it to happen, I know is a different question, but it seems like the obvious thing to do. I think that's fair. Oh, Pac goes for the the old special over the top rope. Completely clears out Cody on the way. Malachi Black drags him in the way, and now all of a sudden Malachi Black, big knee, hits with a suplex. 2 count broken up by Cody to boos from the crowd, who cheered when Cody went down, by the way. Oh, Cody and Malachi suplex over the top of the ring outside, and then a flipping heck, and then Malachi Black just boots Cody out of the ringside area over into the top. Just both men spilled out front side roll up. Pac 1, 2. Pac and Andrade left inside the ring now. The men from the feud now fighting inside the middle of the ring. Oh, Pac with a beautiful suplex. Hits him with a poison rana. It's in a perfect position. Going for the black arrow. Pac's climbing to the top. Oh, he's wobbling a bit. Gets his balance back. It's beautiful. 1, 2, 3. Pac gets the win. Pac picks up the win on Andrade. Pac and Cody get the dub. Oh, interestingly, Dax from FTR's come out and started just beating up Pac instantaneously. And Pax, and then Tully holding Cody down as Malachi just boots him in the head. They get pushed to the back by Bryce, and that's it. Up next is the AEW Women's World Championship match. Ty Conti versus Britt Baker. Interested to see how this one goes. I think this will be Britt. But still. My second wrong prediction of the night there. Stress. Decent match between Black Andrade, Pac and Cody there. Decent match. Interestingly worked. Wasn't nothing massively to write home about, but I think a good match nevertheless. Interesting to see Cody working a bit more heelish. Interesting to see Cody working a bit more heelish, sort of trying to, not trying to work as a heel, but certainly playing up to the boos to some extent. It's impossible to avoid him at this point. If you're being honest about it, it is impossible to avoid them. You've got to see in a situation in which the boos are going to happen. But at that point, and you look at it and you say, well, do you play up to it? If he has to perform, he has to perform. But I don't know if you play up to it in the way they are if they're not planning to turn him. So we'll see what happens. But here we go. First person out. The challenger, Ty Conti, with a half Brazil, half United States flag. With big tunes. Not as good a song, I should say, as her original NXT theme song. Not the original one, but her last NXT one. The never gonna stop me now. Never gonna break me down. That one. Kind of vibed. A bit like a bit of a grimy classic on that one. I was here for it. But Ty Conti coming down. I said Baker on this one. I think I'm fairly confident on this one. I think I've definitely got this one right. I think Britt Baker definitely got this one right. But here it is. Ty Conti is out. She is hyped. It's a big opportunity for Ty, to be fair. Big opportunity. Well worked. Well deserved. She's consistently worked. She's consistently been pretty flipping good, you have to say. And so to see her getting a championship title match, well deserved. Some guy is out to play guitar. Don't know who he is. Could be anyone. To play guitar for Britt's. AEW like a lot of big power chords, don't they? This guy is doing a lot for what is essentially a chord every 2 seconds. And out comes Dr. Britt Baker. The shower, the fireworks. D.M.D. is here. As is Rebel Not Reba and Jamie Hayter. Both of whom are vibing with whoever the guitarist is. Rebel, she acts like an aunt. You know what I mean? She's got big aunt energy. We are getting the introductions now in ring. Again, I just can't see Ty winning. She deserves the opportunity, but I just don't see it happening. Not against Britt. Not right now. But still, D.M.D is here. And I just can't see her losing. I need a pillow out. Hang on. Will my headphones stretch on? Hang on. I need this pillow for my back. My nice Simpsons pillow. Helps me during streams. There we go. That's better. Vince is sleeping. He's probably working, knowing the guy. He never stops, does he? Never stops, does he? Rebel is so loud. I respect it immensely, but she is just a very loud person, isn't she? Conti and Baker at the moment, just trying to wrestle for early positioning. Oh, Baker with a nice little slip down, looking for lockjaw early doors. Ty picks her up, looking for the DD. Rolls out. Standoff. Good opening exchanges from the two. Conti just wrist wrestling Britt Baker all over the shop. Early stages, neither competitor getting advantage here, but Ty looking for that sort of hanging armbar thing that she does. Kind of vaguely to Jerry-esque is what I always think about when I see it. It's obviously wrong. I'm a heathen for saying it, but she doesn't quite get it. Oh, Jamie Hayter does well there to just shake the rope, stop Ty from being up there, and Baker retakes control of the match. Again, no one fully grasped this match by its horns yet. No one really been in full control of it yet, but just sort of jockeying for position somewhat. 2 count for Baker there. She reacts by just hammering down elbows on Ty's shoulder neck area. Snowing? Is it snowing, Logan? Don't know if it's snowing. It's not snowing here. Say that much, but very jealous. Would love a bit of snow. Baker hits the D.M.D. She's showing off. Walks over and just kicks Conti in the face. Fair enough. How many matches are left? It's a good question. We have this match. We have the Inner Circle versus American Top Team and Men of the Year. We have CM Punk versus Eddie Kingston, and then we have the main event, Hangman Page versus Kenny Omega. So that is including this 4 matches left. 4 matches left. Probably, I would suspect about an hour and a half or so. That's my bet. That's my bet at this stage. Oh, big swinging net breaker from Britt Baker now, who's starting to gain control over this match. And as Britt goes to try and hit the lockjaw, Ty just starts hammering that hand, just battering it. That taped up hand of Britt, trying to stop her from being able to get any sort of purchase on the lockjaw potentially. And then a big boot from Conti. Baker's down, being checked by the ref, carrying on. Oh, and then Ty again, just big strikes. Oof. Big pump kick. Ty is now getting the pump kicks in. She does them well. She does do martial arts, and she's just hitting big pump kick after pump kick to Baker in the corner. Oh. Flies up to the top rope brilliantly. Big crossbody. Pin. 1, 2. 2 count. 2 count from Ty Conti. Nice little springboard up to the top rope there. Springs off the bottom rope. Just perches herself on the top rope and then flies off for a crossbody. It was a cool move, to be fair. Conti just launching. Just absolutely a barrage of forearm strikes. Pump kick. German suplex. Nice stuff from Ty Conti. She's now on top in this match. Baker put a pin for the second time. 2 count. 2 pins in quick succession there for Conti. She's starting to work her way into this match a bit more successfully. Starting to gain control. Hayter and Rebel, not Reba, still both on the edge. Still just outside. Rebel, not Reba, trying to get D.M.D. chance going. Ty mistakenly gets caught going up to the top rope, and then a hanging net breaker off the corner. Big. It looks painful, doesn't it? 1, 2. 2 count. It just looks painful when they do it, doesn't it? It just looks painful. Baker rolls through an attempt and then a curb stomp from Britt Baker to Ty straight into the cover. 1, 2. Just a 2 count. A couple of reversals there. Swing, looking both for fisherman net breaker type, swinging net breaker type things. Both of them going for it, and instead Britt just hits the curb stomp, gets the 2 count, and now Rebel gets the glove out. She puts it on. And Rebel, not Reba, is the best. I don't care what anyone says. to which she puts the glove on Britt Baker and it just turns around and goes, "Come on, yeah!" Just like by herself, just for a good 10 seconds. To which Tony Schiavone goes, "She's out of her mind." To which JR goes, "She needs decaf." She's just on it. And Ty is now arguing with the two corner people for Britt. As Britt regains her composure, both of them battling on the edge of the apron. Ty has a hit. She's looking for a pile driver. Oh, air raid crash. Oh no, air raid crash from Britt Baker onto Ty Conti on the edge of the ring, on the hardest part of the ring. Baker rolls in, pin, 1, 2, kick out of which Baker catches the hand slowly moving away, and she's looking for lockjaw. Ty trying to, does successfully get to the ropes quick enough before that bit can get locked in. Oh, air raid crashed. Painful. Tyler Black might come to AEW in the future. Potentially. I mean, he's a made man in WWE, you know? It's something I think about with Kevin Owens as well. Kevin Steen. Like, I would love to... Like, Kevin's contract comes to an end in, what was it, January? I think the rumours are. And I just don't know if I can see a situation in which... Or 1, 2, backslide from Britt. Can't quite make it. I don't know. Like, they're both made men in WWE. Look, Kevin's a slightly different story because he's not the top guy and he never will be. But Seth, outside of Roman Reigns, is basically the biggest guy in the world. Or, sorry, is basically the biggest guy in WWE. So would he... Oh, Ty Conti hits the Ty KO. Oh, is this it? 1, 2. Oh, kick out. I thought I might be hit for a second. A bit Ty KO from Ty Conti. So would Seth... Tyler Black, would he go to AEW? I don't know if he would. You know, if Vince don't fire him. Well, I mean, there's that. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Kevin, I think, is more likely to, but I'd love to see Tyler Black. Tyler Black's an amazing wrestler, you know. Seth is an amazing wrestler, so to see him fully unleashed would be unreal, but we'll see what happens. Pump kick from Ty. Hooks her up. Looking for maybe looking for that DDT reversed by Britt. Maybe looking for the air raid. Gets her up. Got style power driver from Ty. 1, 2. 2 count. That was scary. Scary. And Ty looking for the hammerlock. Rebel trying to distract. 1, 2 with a roll up from Britt. Can't quite find it. And Rebel's on the ring and she's shouting, she's screaming, she's hollering, and now Jamie Hayter pulls Ty Conti out. Oh, and lobs Ty Conti into the ring steps mercilessly, almost neck first. The referee is now distracted by both. Oh, Britt hits a curb stomp on the steel steps of Ty Conti goes down while the ref, distracted by both Rebel Not Reba and Jamie Hayter. Another one. Another curb stomp in the middle of the ring, and now she gets, instead of the pin, goes for it, trying to find her way into lockjaw. Ty's trying to back it out, does roll her through. Off the ropes. That is insane. How is that not the end? I've just seen there's a guy in the front row with an umbrella jacket. Shout out. Britt Baker probably should have gone for the pin. After the curb stomp to the steel steps and then a curb stomp just in the ring, she probably should have gone for a pin. And instead she goes for the lockjaw. Ty manages to wriggle her way to the ropes by rolling through. And then a pump kick forces her out. And now Ty Conti in the ring by herself, just trying to regain some sort of composure. She's rocking though. She is rocking. Britt, though, I'm painfully aware, hasn't been able to lock in the lockjaw fully yet. And now Ty, who should have just gone for a countdown, should have just let her down. She's now climbing to the top rope. All three of the opponents on the outside of the ring. Ty Conti up to the top of the rope. Moonsault. Oh. And Britt just walks away from it. She hits the other two, but Britt escapes it. Britt comes running. And a big side just sort of slammed to Britt Baker on the edge. Outside the ring. Rebel, Not Reba, Jamie Hayter, they're both down. Ty Conti rolls Britt into the middle of the ring. DDT. She's hit it. She hit the DDT. 1, 2. Oh, 2, but as close as you're going to get. as close as you're going to get. John Moxley versus Tyler Black versus Roman Reigns. Well, Roman's never going to leave WWE. Never, ever. He's going to be WWE forever. It's just never going to happen. Ty now just wrist control on Britt. Just big kicks to the side of the head and then a big side kick to the face. Lifts her up. Looking again for that DDT. Britt rolls her through. Small package. Rolls it in. Transition into the lockjaw, but it's reversed. 1, 2. 1, 2 from Britt. 3. Britt wins via pin. Britt wins via pin. A couple of very close moments there for Britt. Ty could have done it. And you could argue that Britt should have done it off of the curb stomp from the stairs. That was brutal. But she manages. She tried to roll through into the lockjaw. Ty rolls her up for a pin and then Britt reverses it into a pin of her own. 1, 2, 3. It's done. Britt Baker gets the win. Britt Baker gets the win. Unsurprisingly, Britt Baker gets the win. Interested to see what happens with Britt going forward. The TBS Championship. An excellent opportunity there. Where it could have happened. Probably it should have happened. But it is what it is. Britt Baker retains. Britt Baker retains. And while that happens, we have potentially my most anticipated match of the night. CM Punk versus Eddie Kingston. CM Punk versus Eddie Kingston. An amazing build-up. An amazing build-up. Some excellent promos. The one from Dynamite, fire, straight fire. Stuff that they've had apart from that as well has been absolutely brilliant. I'm very excited for this. But yeah, I'm interested to see where they go with Britt now. Because obviously TBS Championship's happening. She's still champ. We'll see who's left from, I guess. We'll see who's left from the tournament for the TBS Championship to be number one contender and see where it goes. There's plenty of people who it could be, but we'll see, I guess. But here comes the boy Eddie. Look at him. He's ready, and he's not his usual swaggy self. Usually he comes out with just a big load of vibes. Whereas today, he's a bit more subdued, a bit more serious, a bit more. Someone with the crowd. Eddie Kingston is my soulmate. Scary, but yeah, I don't know. He's not quite the same. Not quite the same. I don't know. See what happens. So CM Punk's about to come out. Another boy. I mean, again, evidently. There is cult of personality. It begins. Oh, Thomas. Hello, Maggie. How are you? Hope you're good. Bro, get involved in the graps, you know what I mean? James Storm, WWE. James Storm's just doing his thing. His time in NXT was fun, to be fair to him, and I'm surprised he didn't stay because he could have done something there, but he's off living his life, being a cowboy, ain't he? Out comes CM Punk equally. Both men very serious. No stopping. No, it's clobbering time. He's just coming straight down, and he wants beef. They both want the smoke. And he goes straight up, and they both go for each other instantaneously. Bryce tries to hold him back. CM Punk versus Eddie Kingston. Again, low-key could be the best match tonight. We'll see what happens. But Punk not going for the long johns today. He's gone for the short shorts. Beer Money. I mean, that's what Beer Money would have been sick. I mean, anything he would have done would have been sick if we're being honest about it. Like, he was doing. I mean, like he only had a couple of matches, but like it looked like something, and it just he went back to Impact. Fair enough if that's what he wants to do. Oh, and Eddie just pushes his way past Bryce and hits him with the back fist. Just a spinning back fist early doors. And then just screams. No bells happened. He can't even ring it. But he said he doesn't care about the win. He just wants to beat up CM Punk. And instantaneously he's screaming and the crowd are chanting for Eddie. The first feud where people have started booing CM Punk because of it. The crowd are behind Eddie. AEW is very much an Eddie Kingston crowd. And Punk, after saying he can continue, flips off Eddie Kingston, and Kingston straight away goes for him. Kingston's going to want to make this a brawl. He's going to want to make this a fight. CM Punk wants to wrestle him. He's going to want to out-wrestle him. But no, he wants to make this a brawl. And instantaneously, he's done now. He beats him before the bell. Second the bell goes, he rushes him, gets him straight outside, gouging it in the air. He wants beef. Punk's not going to want that. For Punk, he's going to want this in the middle of the ring. He rolls into the ring first. Eddie, distracted by the ref, goes into the ring, and CM Punk... CM Punk getting some quick driving knees, MMA style. Getting in there. Oh, and then a big driving, jumping knee in the corner. Rising knee strike, and then just standing above, starts blapping him. This could be Punk's best match in AEW so far, by the way. We'll see how it goes. Oh, big exploder from Kingston. This is it, innit? Who doesn't love... How can you not love wrestling, you know what I mean? James Storm versus Randy Orton. James Storm versus anyone in WWE, man. It would have been so good. Now, I think it's too late for him. You know what I mean? I think he's too many years have passed. But there was a moment there where it could have and should have happened. And it would have been banging, but what can you do? What can you do? Punk with a flying clothesline off the middle rope. Once Eddie Kingston gets pushed back by Bryce. And they are brawling. And Punk is getting fully in with the brawl. I agree with what JR said on the build-up show. He said, look, wrestle him, get the win, get out from CM Punk. That's got to be his that's got to be his style. Yeah, he's getting into there. Eddie Kingston has made this a fight. He's made this a brawl. And CM Punk is obliging. Kingston with the eye poke. Punk was hitting him with those side kicks, and the second he stops, Eddie Kingston just pokes in the eye. We move. Brock Lesnar versus Bobby Lashley at WrestleMania. Lesnar versus Lashley could be really good. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it could be really good. Eddie looking for the explosive suplex on the apron. Punk's just counseling it, holding onto the top rope, gripsing him up, just counseling it, pulling him back, pounding away at the back. Oh. Insecurity from Punk. Oh. And then a running low kick from Punk. Right to the nose. Brock versus Bobby could be a really interesting Mania match. If we're seeing like a Brock Lesnar Ultimate Unlimited Finishers style WrestleMania match with Bobby Lashley, I think that'd be sick. I think that'd be really good. Again, I don't think it'll ever happen. Well, I think it will probably. At some point, you would suspect so, but like, it is what it is. Kingston, whose hand's hurting him, he hits a straight right to Punk. Goes down holding his hand though. Oof. Punk straight into the ring post. As the crowd start chanting both these guys. Punk is bleeding. Kingston just gets his blood, baits it on his own face. And Eddie trying to expose the concrete underneath the sort of ringside mat, whatever you want to call it. Oof! And Eddie Kingston just dropped onto his back. Was looking for a sort of, had him in a sort of setup for a power bomb or a whatever, something, but stopped. Kingston. CM Punk getting back to his feet, screaming, "Now we go to school, mother effers." And then a flying clothesline into Kingston on the outside of the ring. All of a sudden, CM Punk is starting to gain control of this match. Early doors, fighting from both men. Just absolutely going for each other. Trying it. And you thought Kingston was probably the best there. He got injured in the process, but was probably the best there. Couple of moves, and now, all of a sudden, CM Punk is in control. Mohammed? What's up? As the Dudley Boys would once say. How are you? I hope you're well. Kingston swinging a miss. Oh, he's doing it. Punk's doing a 5-knuckle shuffle. They just did the setup spot. And now Punk has his hand raised. Blood on his face. He's allowing the crowd to react. Eyes wide open. He got them crazy eyes. Will he actually hit a "you can't see me"? both men, instead of going for the "you can't see me," just flick the bird at each other and start just powering. Punk can't help himself, can he? Can't help himself, can he? I don't have anything to watch AEW Full Gear. Join the stream. Well, welcome. Subscribe if you're around here. Like it, all that good stuff. But also, yeah, you're welcome. It's on Fight. It's on BR Live, I think, in America. It's on watchwrestling. Whatever it is, the website for free. You know, there's places. But welcome. Hope you're alright. Hope you're well. And then the three amigos, the triple suplex. We've seen it already tonight, and Punk hits it and then gives a low key one for your boy Eddie. Goldberg versus Stone. I mean, look, Stone Cold's never going to wrestle again. Goldberg, man, he just needs to, you know what I mean? He needs to cut it out. Bless him. Punk, who's climbing up to the top, trying to punish Kingston more. Kingston shoots up, slaps him, starts just screaming "fuck you" and then hammering down on Punk. Both men just worn out on the top rope now. Big superplex from the top rope from Eddie Kingston to CM Punk. Both men down. It could have happened, yeah, and it probably should have happened back in 2000 and... When was WrestleMania 20? 2001, 2002? No, later than that. 2004? Should have happened 2003, 2004, really. What can you do? Sometimes dream matches are better not being seen. You know what I mean? I think we saw that with Taker and Goldberg. Sometimes it's better just not to see them at all than to get them, you know? Kingston and Punk, opposite corners now trying to pull themselves up. Instantly they go back to fighting in the middle. Come on. They're just gunning for it. Oh, big strikes. Punk with a big... Kingston with a big boot to Punk and then hits an enziguri, drops him. Oh, Kingston's calling for the end. He hits the go to sleep before hitting one of them. But Punk's the one who gets him up. Oh, and he hits him. GTS. He's hit it. He's hit it. Kingston's holding on to the bottom rope, but he has hit it. What's the website again? It's on fight.tv, which is obviously the pay-per-view site for anywhere that's not America. In America, it's on BR Live, Breach Report Live, I believe. And there's a website. If you type in Watch Wrestling, I can't remember what the dot is. It's watchwrestling.something. I can't remember. On Google, you'll find it. Obviously, I'm not saying that. Good luck. I wish you luck in finding the sites, as it were. But yeah, something to look up. Punk and Kingston getting back up. Kingston looking for that spinning back fist, but it looked like everything he had, and he's dropped out. Punk ducks out of the way, goes down to his legs, but also Kingston just swinging and missing, and now he's wobbling all over the shop. Both of them going for it. Kingston looks done. Kingston looks done in right now. Stone Cold could get back to the ring for WrestleMania 38. Probably never. I think he's done. His neck's just done. I also don't think he'd want to at this point. And now CM Punk, who's getting booed from the crowd, going in with those MMA style knees. He's got him in the clinch and just hitting him. Gets Kingston up. GTS. Hits it, holds his knee on his way down. Kingston's down. 1, 2, 3. It's done. Punk gets the win. I think that's my favourite CM Punk match so far. Since he's come back, I think that's probably my favourite CM Punk match. Difficult to say. He's had quite a few. But honestly, that's probably my favourite one. Just an absolute battle. An absolute battle that made sense. That was just a straight fight, you know. And again, CM Punk, I think it was one of those ones where, like, I agreed with what JR said. I think CM Punk needed to get in there, just out wrestle him, get out sort of thing. And he did sort of do that. He brought a lot of the MMA stuff in there. You saw him at the end there with the clinch, hitting him with the knees. A lot of MMA style offense from your boy CM Punk there. But ultimately, it is the GTS after that, which finishes off Kingston. High pace, that one. High pace. I'm not sure how long it was either. I think it felt quite short comparatively. But that's it. The 1, 2, 3 off the GTS, and it's done. CM Punk is laughing to himself, bloodied. And he's now standing over Kingston. We'll see what happens here. Punk's holding out his hand for a handshake with Eddie Kingston. And Eddie just leaves it. Eddie leaves it, pushes a cameraman out of his way on the way. Punk says okay. A mixed reaction from the crowd on that. A mixed reaction. 2 more matches left to go. 2 more matches left to go. You have the Inner Circle versus the Men of the Year, an American top team. In a Minneapolis street fight. And then, of course, the main event, Kenny Omega defending the AEW World Championship against Hangman Page. But first up, we do have that Minneapolis street fight. Jericho, Hager, Guevara, Santana Ortiz versus Scorpio Sky, Ethan Page, Andrei Arlovski, Junior Dos Santos, both UFC heavyweight champions, I think. And then Dan Lambert. Big. If you're still here, if you're still here, Ken, we are about to get the Inner Circle match. I believe it was you, Ken, who wanted to know when it happened. Welcome. It's about to happen. A website like WWE Network to join, 1999 to join, called Fight. Yeah, Fight is what I'm watching it on. You buy the pay-per-view for $19.99. They also have AEW Plus on there, which allows you to watch Dynamite and Rampage live, and that's like £5 a month. $5 a month, I should say. Yeah. But that's what I'm using to watch it. I'm watching it on Fight right now. Legally. Like a good boy. Okay, good boy. Baron von Raschke in the front row. Hitting the Iron Claw. He's loving it. He's loving it. That is big age. I respect it. Men of the Year and American Top Team come out first. A 5-on-5 Minneapolis street fight. There's been a lot of these kind of matches on the show tonight, and some interesting things to note in this. Scorpio Sky and Ethan Page, obviously both AEW wrestlers. Dan Lambert, a non-wrestler. Hothead, he's definitely getting beaten up by Chris Jericho in this. And then Junior Dos Santos and Andrei Arlovski, both former UFC heavyweight champions, I believe. Junior Dos Santos only ever had one wrestling match, and that was a month ago on Dynamite. Was it Dynamite a month ago? No, it was on Rampage about 2 weeks ago. And then Andrei Arlovski, who has never, to my knowledge, had a wrestling match. I might be wrong about that, but I don't think so. Interesting to see how they get involved in this. But as it's a Minneapolis street fight, I don't believe they're going to be tagging in and out by any stretch of the imagination. And then, yeah, like I said, Dan Lambert, who's been a brilliant heel, coming out in the most stupid looking outfit possible. He knows what he's doing. Kick your butt for touching a projector? Wow, it happens, right? I would say don't do it. My encouragement is not to do it, but at the same time, but also don't do it. And if your dad sees this, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Out comes the Inner Circle as I try to adjust my camera. Out comes the Inner Circle. Chris Jericho, Sammy Guevara, Jake Hager, Santana and Ortiz are out to Judas. All wearing combat fatigues. Black tops. So losing the light. What song? Judas is one. Demons I find. What have I become? Now that I've betrayed everyone I've ever known, push them all away. Good song. Right. Inner Circle versus Men of the Year, American Top Team. That'll do. I'm coming. Judas in my mind. How he's got that song over, I'll never know, but he has. So, here we go. Minneapolis street fight. American Top Team, Men of the Year, Inner Circle. Oh, there are going to be tags. I didn't think it was going to be a tag before. I thought it would just be everyone going wild, but I guess it will still be everyone going wild by the end. But we're starting in a traditional 5v5 format. 1v1 in the ring with the other 4 competitors for each side standing on the apron. Scorpio Sky and Sammy Guevara starting it. Be interested to see how this plays out. I said it will be the Inner Circle to win. I think it'll be the Inner Circle get the win. And I think it will be a Dan Lambert who takes the pin from Chris Jericho. That's my bet. That's my bet. But it's interesting to see how this one plays out just in general. There's obviously been a lot on this card of Smosh affairs, you know. We've had the madness. We had the madness of the Super Click versus Jurassic Express and Christian Cage. We'd have other matches such as the CM Punk match, which have been battles, straight fights. I'd be interested to see how crazy this one gets. Sammy Guevara hits a nice drop kick and does that slow sort of kip up. That's just so impressive. The main event's going to be the best. Yeah, I agree, Logan. I think it's going to bang. We'll see. Soon. Straight away, Santana and Ortiz starting to team up. Lovely. Oh, nice combination. Moonsaults and splashes here with the tadpole splash at the end. 2 count. 2 count on Scorpio Sky. Tell you what, you're looking at say Santana Ortiz. We were talking about tag teams earlier, and one of probably the more underutilized tag teams in AEW. I mean, when AEW first started and they signed Santana Ortiz, it was quite cool. They were doing incredible stuff in Impact and going about their business, doing just the madness. And early doors, that's how they were sort of seen. But since they joined the Inner Circle and the Inner Circle sort of became a thing, it's not really been a case of them being an unbeatable, unbreakable tag team. They've more worked within the unit of the Inner Circle, which is no bad thing. But you'd have to say, you have some potential champions right there, sitting there. They are so good. And in comes big, or we get Andrei Arlovski for the first time has stepped into the ring against Jake Hager. And they've started just firing fists at each other. And Arlovski with just a swift knee. But then double leg takedown by Hager, trying to roll him into the ankle lock. Kicked away from Arlovski. Oh. Gets him up onto his shoulders. Oh, Samoan drop by Arlovski. And then a tag to Junior Dos Santos. JDS. Junior Dos Santos has the second most knockouts in UFC history. And here he is, stepping into the ring against Chris Jericho right now. Go on, Chris. Hit him with your spinning back fist. Hit him with your back elbow. Like, that's going to work. What a surprise. American top team is dirty. Well, you know, it is what it is. LAX. Yeah, exactly, Logan. When they were doing LAX, they were amazing. They were so good as LAX. Maybe they're the next tag team champions. At some point, they've got to be unleashed on that tag team division truly. And it hasn't happened yet, but at some point, they've got to. Because they are so good. Junior Dos Santos is just manhandling Chris Jericho right now. Huge delayed suplex there. Oh, he's setting him up, looking for a standing moonsault. Standing moonsault from Junior Dos Santos to Chris Jericho. And now Dan Lambert is screaming. He wants in. Here is Dan Lambert. A velvet blue tracksuit. Slapping Jericho, jumping around, flexing, loving life, flipping the bird to the rest of the Inner Circle at any point about to get got. And he does. Chris Jericho instantly goes for a Mini America top team, and Men of the Year tried to come in and it's broken down. Everyone's in the ring. Everyone's going at each other. This is a street fight, and all of a sudden, the Inner Circle have taken control of the ring, and Dan Lambert is in there by himself, alone, against 5 of the Inner Circle. And he runs away. He runs away from Chris Jericho, who runs straight into a hockey stick from Ethan Page. Oh, Sammy Guevara goes flying over the top rope with all of the momentum and all of the flips. Tessa Blanchard. I think her time at the top's probably gone now, given what happened, which is unfortunate because before all of the stuff about her backstage behavior came out, she was doing incredible stuff. She really was. Like you say, in Impact, she was the world champ. She was doing incredible stuff, but now, maybe in 5 years, 3 years, it will change. She might get signed to WWE, but I don't see anything else. Jake Hager's going up to the top rope. Jake Hager, of all people. Jake Hager. Comes down big. Comes down big on literally everyone apart from Dan Lambert. Isn't that weird? And it fires up. You love to see it. And now, the Inner Circle, weapons in hand. Lots of weapons, apparently all invented in Minnesota, which is fun, isn't it? And they are just going ham on American Top Team of Men in the Year. And Jericho has a Prince sign. I assume he's from Minneapolis. And he goes to try and attack Lambert with it, and instead smacks Scorpio Sky. Dan Lambert is just cowering with a metal pole right now. Purple Rain shouts from the Minnesota crowd. Shut up, Prince. That's not Purple Rain. That was the other song we did. Like Dove's Cry, probably his best song. IMO, like Dove's Cry. This is what it sounds like when doves cry. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. I should probably stop that before I get copyright strike for being too accurate. Oh, Sammy. Ortiz had the neck. His a chair around his neck and just gets driven into the ring post with it. No. Oh. And now the Men of the Year just attacking Santana with the hockey stick. HE double hockey stick. And Scorpio Sky just pummeling away at Santana as Ethan Page just poses. Unsurprisingly, this street fight has completely broken down at this point. The rules, not that there were many to begin with, completely gone. Boys everywhere just having fights. And Santana fighting back against the Men of the Year, and Ortiz gets involved with a big clothesline. Oh, nice combination from Santana and Ortiz. Lariats, knees, good stuff. Dan Lambert is a little chicken. He is very much a little chicken. And tribute, shout out Prince. Do you know what I mean? Does big bits. The next pay-per-view would be Revolution 2022. Oh, Ethan Page. Ethan Page with his head inside of a trash can. And Santana Ortiz just absolutely blapping it with hockey sticks. Yeah, I believe it will be Revolution 2022. And I think I'm not sure. I think it'll be in February. I'd have to double check that, but I believe it'll be February. That'll be the next AEW pay-per-view anyway. Oh, Santana's got him in the gory position. And then Ortiz has Ethan Page in a... Oh, they're just... The Inner Circle is just absolutely doing in the Men of the Year here. Santana had Santana had Scorpio Sky in this sort of gory stretch, Ortiz had Ethan Page and a Boston Crab. They then linked up to do a double submission before before Sammy Guevara came and just threw an American football at his head. Yeah, TBS. So the TBS deal for AEW starts in January 5th, I think, is their first day for Dynamite to be on TBS. We'll see how that ends up playing out. But yeah, I think they're going to have some specials as well, they've mentioned. I think Tony Khan spoke about that during the week. They're going to have some like TV specials on TBS and TNT on Saturdays at times. I don't know when and where, but I know Revolution is their next official pay-per-view. And Jake Hager breaks up the pin from Arlovski and a big, nice spinebuster, to be fair, on Ortiz with a toaster. Just clocks it. And the crowd chanting toaster. Big fans of bread in Minnesota. And Jericho actually going to town with the water ski. This is a very Jericho match. A Minnesota street fight. It's the most Jericho match. Dan Lambert still outside the ring, just trying to escape as Jericho's going to town on the Men of the Year with the water ski. Lambert manages to get Jericho out of the ring, throws him against the barricade, and then instantly runs away. I respect it. I respect it. Oh, Sammy Guevara with a double jump stunner. Love that. Oh, Santana and Ortiz both just flipping Scorpio Sky all over the shop. And then hitting a rolling thunder. Who are the legal men in this match? I have forgotten completely. Oh, Sammy Guevara with an unreal swanton bun. Senton Atomica, I believe is the actual word. I assume the legal men are Scorpio Sky and Sammy Guevara then. Because Sammy Guevara just pinned Scorpio Sky and that was it. Dan Lambert just casually escaping every opportunity he gets. January 3rd is my birthday. Well, happy birthday, Logan. You get that. You get Wrestle Kingdom. January 4th as well. Lots of good stuff happening around there. So that's exciting. Why did they go to TBS? I think it was something to do... I think it's something to do with Turner. I don't know. I don't know exactly why. But Dynamite will be on TBS from January 5th. And Rampage will continue to exist on TNT, I believe. Is how it's going to work out. Arlovski just hits a big right hand and then gets absolutely clobbered by some sort of pan. This is complete chaos. This match has descended into the most amount of chaos you've ever seen. It's just sheer lunacy. People everywhere, all of the time. Junior Dos Santos is going up to the top rope, and Ortiz stops him. There was a moment there where there was a table, and Junior Dos Santos on a table outside the ring, and Junior Dos Santos was getting to the top of the ring to the turnbuckles. Now Santana and Ortiz are getting up with him. They're up at the top with Junior Dos Santos on the ropes. Huge superplex on Junior Dos Santos by Santana Ortiz. Yeah, you're welcome, Ken. I think it's because of their contract with Turner Network, I believe, but I might be wrong about that. Because I'm in England, I see it and I read it, but I don't pay attention because I'm in England, so no idea. Scorpio Sky is down on a table, Sammy Guevara on a huge double-sized ladder. On top, hits a senton. Oh my god, shades of Jeff Hardy at WrestleMania. The double-sized ladder, the one that's like super tall. Scorpio Sky was down on it. And a senton from the top. A swanton bomb onto Scorpio Sky through the table, and Sammy Guevara looks in such pain. It does not seem fun. Does not seem fun at all. Ethan Page. Ethan's edge onto the floor on Ortiz. The claw. The iron claw from the Baron. Ethan Page started screaming at Jake Hager's wife, and the Baron did not like it. Straight in with the iron claw. And now Ethan Page just launched into the front row. Thrown over the top rope by Santana. This is such a schmoz. Santana then asks one of the security guards to get down on one knee, who he has. He launches off him with a big Santa. With a big tope. Con Hilo, I guess, onto Scorpio Sky in the front row. Complete chaos. Complete chaos. And now Dan Lambert in the middle of the ring by himself celebrates. And Jericho behind him appears. And here we go. Jericho 1v1 with Dan Lambert in the middle of the ring. Exposing the chest. And a big straight right hand levels Lambert. He's down on the floor. Jericho standing over him looking for a lion salt. And Junior Dos Santos, as he goes to launch off the middle ropes, Dos Santos just clobbers him one. Dan Lambert. 1, 2. Kick out from Jericho right at the end. Sony's as stupid as boss. Well, you know what it's like, Logan. Major brawl. Major brawl. Everything. Everyone everywhere. It's going wild. Lambert is going for the walls of Jericho again. He did it on TV this week. Kendo stick straight to the dome. Dan Lambert's taken that one straight to the dome. Fair play. And now Jericho just releasing it on Lambert. And then Junior Dos Santos tries to stand up to stop it. He gets a couple. And then back at it. Dan Lambert just taking those shots. And Jericho had a stapler in his trousers, apparently. Stapler to the balls. And then a big clothesline. And once again, we get a little cheeky Viva La Raza as Jericho climbs up to the top. He's looking for potentially a frog splash. He hits it on Dan Lambert, center of the ring. It's done. 1, 2, 3. Done. Inner Circle get the win. An insane match. An insane match of just pure, complete chaos. Of just pure, complete chaos. I've just realised that why they're all doing Eddie Guerrero stuff is because it was the anniversary of his death yesterday, which would be today in America. 16 years ago. So that's why we keep seeing it. I was wondering why. But my God. Tom Hero. Sorry. Okay. So they've just They've just started announcing stuff that's happening on Wednesday Dynamite. The Butcher and the Blade versus Orange Cassidy and Tomohiro Ishii. 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 Sorry, but Tomohiro Ishii. Back to the match. Good match. Very good match. Enjoyable match. Complete chaos, and I was all about it. And before we get to the main event, we have Tony Schiavone on the top of the ramp with a microphone to discuss something. Oh shit, Jay Lethal. Jay Lethal's turned up. Okay. Oh. Lethal's it. You were right. Jay Lethal's turned up. They did introduce him as a champion for many promotions. I was like, oh. Jay Lethal's here. You were right, Logan. Jay Lethal has signed with All Elite Wrestling. Mad. Oh, instantly calling out his shot for the TNT title. Oof. Jay Lethal coming out, instantly calling his shot on the TNT title and Sammy Guevara saying, let's have this match on Wednesday. Out comes Sammy. Will he accept? He grabs the mic from Tony Schiavone. He accepts. Wednesday night. We've just got Jay Lethal's come to is at All Elite Wrestling. He's taking on Sammy for the TNT title on Wednesday. Tomohiro Ishii's turning up on Wednesday, which for me personally is complete. Is a big deal for me personally. It happens, Jay Lethal. My God. My God. Jeez. Jeez. And now we go through into the world title match. My giddy gosh. Just complete. I mean, I didn't think it was going to happen. I didn't think they were going to do anything. I think if you create this idea of like, oh, there's going to be debuts every time, I think you create something that might not live up to it. But mad. Right, before we get to the main event, I'm just going to go to the toilet very quickly. I'll be back in a second. BRB, everyone. See you there. Here we go. Hangman riding a horse down the road as we get his career AEW retrospectives projected onto buildings next to him. Oh, that Hangman's theme song's so good. TNA Legend, very much so, to be fair to Lethal. Also, Sammy will not say no to a fight. No, he wouldn't, to be fair. But what a match that's going to be. Great signing from AEW. Makes perfect sense as well, getting Lethal. Makes perfect sense for Lethal. Makes perfect sense for them. The cowboy shit chants are starting. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it going. There it is. I need to full blast this one. You might be able to hear it under my headphones, but I'm fine with that. Hangman Page. This is it. This is it. It's his time. It's his time. If he doesn't win tonight, I don't know what to say. We're proud of you, say the graphics team on this graphic. The biggest baby face right now. I can't name a bigger one. And down he comes to the ring. High-fiving everyone as he goes. Hangman Adam Page. Kenny Omega. Big. Hits the gun. And battle cry rings out. The target center. So I've said Hangman's winning this. That's my bet. The best about my Shane. Oh, it's a great song. It's a great song. And out comes Omega. Hits the one-winged angel. The cleaner. The longest reigning AEW World Champion. Comes out with a cape over one side. The one-winged angel. All in silver. Just with Don Callis and no one else from the Elite. Mohammed, the Inner Circle one. The Inner Circle one, Chris Jericho pinned Dan Lambert in the end. Oh. I can't remember the YouTuber. There's a YouTube musician who did this theme song for Kenny Omega. Here we go. We get the introductions for the final. Big cheers for Hangman Page. Kenny Omega getting the North Carolina intro. hitting him with the goodbye, good night, bang. And here we go. Here we go. The main event for Full Gear 2021. Kenny Omega versus Hangman Adam Page for the All Elite Wrestling World Championship. The bell was about to ring. We're about to get underway. There is the bell. Come on, Hangman. Come on, Hangman. I felt like it was going to be Hangman. I flipped and flopped on this one. Remember, whoever wins this will have the number one contender for Bryan Danielson to contend with. So it's not exactly an easy match for either of these men, but I do think it'll be Hangman. Fuck him up, Hangman. Fuck him up. Coming from the crowd. A sign in the front row that says, "What would Kota think?" Who won, Kenny or Hangman? It's happening right now, man, but it's just started. Commentators telling the story at the moment of Hangman not quite meeting the standards of Kenny when it comes to that big stage. Kenny Omega, of course, having won titles, won matches at Wrestle Kingdom, at Tokyo Dome, won some of the biggest stages, won the G1, as the commentator said, won on some of the biggest stages you can find. Hangman not having done that, choked almost. First ever Double or Nothing, loses out to Jericho. You know, lost in the final of the first tournament for the AEW World Championship, first number one contender last year, to Kenny Omega. That's the story being told here. But this is a different Hangman. He's gone away. He's hung out with the Dark Order. He's had all of that sort of stuff. There was a moment where he could have got the match against Omega again when the Elite ended up beating them last October. Was it last October? No, it's probably a couple of months ago, actually. It was probably a couple of months ago. And yet, here we are. The main event of Full Gear. Potentially Hangman's moment. I think it's Hangman's moment. F. Don Callis comes from the chant from the crowd as he gets involved to try and stop Hangman's momentum, and Omega does retake control. And then Callis getting involved behind Paul Turner's back, pulling his hair, making it difficult for him. You have to, if you want to look at it in a meta version, as opposed to not even in storylines, Omega supposedly working injured to some extent, only thinks he's got a couple more years left in him, wrestling in general. An unreal World Championship run. For AEW. Obviously, all of the other achievements he's done in New Japan and everywhere else. Longest reigning champion. Is now his time to leave it for Page. He must be 30-ish, something like that. I think maybe 31. Is now the time. Callis trying to get involved once more. Hangman stopping him this time, and just pursuing Callis away from Omega. Omega drives Hangman into the apron and then into the barricades, going back and forth, just working at a back, just driving him in. Oof. Omega went for a suplex on the outside, reversed by Hangman. Never looks comfortable, does it? Never looks comfortable whatsoever. Kenny goes WWE. Again, I don't think it'll ever happen. Again, I think if it was going to happen, it would be just before the year before AEW started. There was a lot of rumors about it in that year, and then AEW ended up happening. So, and then once AEW started, it was pretty clear he was going there, and then obviously joined about a month after AEW had officially started or whatever it was. So, I don't think he'll ever go there anymore, unfortunately. It would have been cool to see him on that stage, but what he's done with AEW and New Japan is completely different. Completely different scale, completely different level, you know what I mean? Thumb to the eyes from Omega. Wipes it on Paul Turner, the referee's shirt. Drives Hangman to the floor. Excalibur and JR just talking there, saying they felt that the longer this match goes on, the more it will favour Hangman Page, which I think is totally fair. I think that's totally fair. I mean, Omega obviously known for some of his big matches against Okada, some of his 60-minute time limits, stuff like that. He's someone who's gone the whole distance in any wrestling term. Some of the best matches in well, most would say wrestling history, but at least recent wrestling history, and they were incredibly long. But this is, of course, like I say, a different Omega to some extent. But they're saying, look, if it goes, the longer it goes, it'll probably favour Omega. And tosses Hangman out to the edge of onto the outside of the ring, where Callis just starts booting him, starts putting the boot in, starts stomping on him. AJ Styles go to AEW. I'd love to see it. I would love to see it. Again, he's had this mystery injury, and he's sort of... Again, he's another one of these people who's sort of made in WWE. He gets paid so much money, and you often see, a bit like Kushida, a bit like Shinsuke Nakamura to an extent, you know, there's a level sometimes wrestlers get to, an age sometimes wrestlers get to, where it's like, do you know what? I'm just going to go and make loads of money now from WWE. And I think potentially AJ Styles is in that stage of his life where he's enjoying his life. He's just like, do you know what? I'm just going to go and make tons of money and leave it. So will he ever go? I don't know. I'd love to see him at somewhere where he was allowed to just go full force once more. Just for one last run. And if that's AEW, wherever that ends up being, it would be amazing. But we'll see, I guess. We'll end up seeing. I don't know when his contract comes up, but Omega may be looking for a buckshot lariat here against Page. Instead, he just walked through the second ropes and instantly gets clobbered by Hangman, much to the crowd's enjoyment. Big Hurricane Rana from Omega. Hangman's on the outside. Are we about to see... Omega's calling for it. He's hitting the Terminator. Are we going to see that tope con hilo? Builds the momentum. Hits it. The Terminator dive connects. One of the security guards are like, they see it, they feel it. Empathy. What an amazing dive that is. It looks so good, doesn't it? Every time he does it. Omega being mostly in control of this. Hitting a you can't escape now on Page. Does the roll through. Goes for the moonsault. Oh, not even just the knees. The boots up from Page. Just kicks Omega off him. And again, Omega has been mostly in control of this, but Page once or twice has managed to just Just fight back enough to make it a problem. Can he regain his fight? Can he regain his footing? Can he regain momentum? Cowboy shizness is what the crowd are chanting right now. Omega reverses Cowboy's charge at him. Oh, and a massive boot. A massive boot from Hangman Page to Kenny Omega. Just ginormous. And then chops coming in from Hangman. Caught looking for a fall away slam from Hangman Page. Did you see the Rock rap when I saw him, bro? Is that what the one he did, like a feature on something and it was very not good, Mohammed? Is that what you're referencing? Because if so, I did see it and no is the answer to it. No, it was not good. Hangman, Kenny Omega on the edge splits. Big Arihara moonsault from Hangman to the outside. Omega on the floor. Both men down outside the ring. Big cowboy shiz. Couple of really big moves in a row now from Hangman. Putting into a situation where he can really make something happen. Rolls Kenny back into the ring. Oof. A sheer drop brainbuster from Hangman onto Omega there. 2 count. Roman versus The Rock, WrestleMania 30. Yeah, I think that's probably what's going to happen. Logan, I think that's probably what's going to happen. I think if they can get... I think... It will be Roman versus Brock Lesnar unless they can get The Rock. And then it will be Roman versus The Rock. And they really want The Rock. Whether that happens or not, I guess we'll see. I suspect it will. And I suspect Roman Reigns will win, which gives you some perspective on the issue, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Hangman trying to climb up to the top to meet Kenny Omega. Both men on the second turnbuckle now. Hangman, he's got his arm around Omega, looking for a superplex. Can't quite find him because Omega's pummeling away, trying to stop it. Omega just firing shots at Hangman. He gets off it. Oh, big palm strikes to the side of Hangman's head. Hangman still on the top of the thing. Omega, springboard. Oh. A springboard. What? Springboard. I don't even know. I mean, Excalibur's calling it a springboard. Liger bomb. Oh. Hangman standing on the top ropes, dazed from the open palm strikes from Omega, who springboards himself from the edge of the apron onto the top rope, front flip down, springboard Liger bomb. It's like a springboard sunset flip bomb. It was just crazy. And now he's got him in for the dragon. Dragon suplex. Snapdragon suplex from Kenny Omega. Big turning point in the match, and he's starting to get a combination of moves together here, Omega. Aiming for that neck. Aiming for the top of the back. Aiming for the neck. Looking for a second Snapdragon. Hits it after a bit of fighting back from Hangman. Does hit second. Starting to focus in now, Omega. Starting to make this an issue. Omega's now going for a Snapdragon suplex on the apron. Always something I think looks horrendously painful. And he does it. He does it. And now Omega looking for the V-triggers. First one. Oh, he's called for the end. He's looking for the one-winged angel. He's got him up. Hangman's trying to fight it off. Fists coming down. Roll up. 1, 2. Victory roll from Adam Page. Kicks out at 2. Swing and a miss. And a release German suplex where Omega does a full flip. And Hangman Page looking him up for the buckshot lariat. Deadeye, sorry, not buckshot. Double unhook from Omega. There was a moment there where he was looking for the Deadeye was Hangman. Kenny reverses it into a double underhook pile driver, a Tiger. I think it was a Tiger Driver 98. My God. My God. Kenny Omega biting Hangman Page and now going up to the top. Page is down on the floor. You can see where Hangman's bleeding from Kenny's bites. Yeah, those seem like the lyrics, Mohammed. I saw it and I was like... And then I moved on. And now Hangman biting back at Kenny. I'll have to go back and listen to it properly and see if it's actually any good. Do you think it's any good, Mohammed? Let me know. Do you think The Rock's rap was any good? Because if you say it was some good, I'll go and have a look again. But... Omega... Oh, Omega... Oh... An avalanche. 1, 2. Oh, 2. Hangman had Omega up in a fall away slam position, both standing on the top of the rope. Hangman keeps a hold of him. Moonsaults with him, lands. 2 count. 2 count. And up gets Page. Kenny is on the outside of the ring. Kenny's on the outside of the ring. Hangman removes the camera from the top of the turnbuckle. And he gets up to the top. He gets up to the top. Holy S. Holy snap. Kenny Omega on the outside by the table where the bell or the timekeeper is. And Hangman Page from the top of the rope pulls the camera off the top rope, pulls it off the top turnbuckle, jumps off it, big flying crossbody, knocks Omega. They don't go through the table, but they force it back in an awkward way. Omega out. Hangman looked in pain. He doesn't seem to be moving super easily right now, but he's loaded him up for a buckshot lariat. Omega. Buckshot could be about to happen. And Omega collapses on the other side of the ring, maybe to try and escape, maybe just without being able to keep up on his own feet. He says to Paul Turner, the ref, he can continue. He manages to escape from the buckshot just ever so slightly for a second. Oh, Page is calling for the V-trigger. He hits the thing, lowers it down, hits the bang, off the ropes. Oh, good avoidance from Kenny. Suplex reversed. Big rolling elbow. Big pop-up powerbomb from Omega. Hangman. This could be it. Hangman. He's got Omega rocking. Buckshot lariat. Flips. And he hits Paul Turner. He hits Paul Turner. Omega pulls Paul Turner, the referee, in front of him. The buckshot lariat hits the ref and not Omega. And now And now Callis has the title. He's running around the opposite side of Hangman. He gets into the ring. Hangman turns around. Callis doesn't go for it. He chickens out and runs away. Hangman grabs him. Claps him straight in the face with a straight right. Omega has the belt. Swing and a miss. Hangman up. Deadeye. Deadeye. There's no ref. 1, 2, 3. Aubrey's coming down. Aubrey Plaza. Aubrey Edwards, sorry. And his kicks out as I name the wrong Aubrey. It's a 2 count. Mohammed, yeah, Jericho hit the frog splash for the win, yeah. Because it's the anniversary of Eddie's death today. 16 years since he passed away. That's why there's been a couple of triple suplexes. That's why. Page has the belt in his hand, could have hit Omega with it, decides against it, drops it down instead. He wants to win this clean. And Omega, who's down, trying to go. Aubrey Edwards is now in the ring. Not Plaza, that's the actress. We're talking about Aubrey Edwards. And Hangman, who had the visual win, the 1, 2, 3 on the Deadeye, is now brawling with Omega, trading blows in the middle of this ring. High boot from Page. Now Omega just firing in consistent blows. Hangman down. 2 knees. Just flips the bird defiantly. Still down. Big knee. Omega looking for the V-trigger, but Omega is caught by Hangman. And now he starts blowing. Just absolutely hitting Omega. Big knee from Omega. Looking for the V-trigger on a staggered Hangman who discus forearm. These two... both leaning on each other. Neither really have the power to do anything right now. Omega tries to get Hangman up into a powerbomb position. And now Omega just kicking Hangman. Oh, huge clothesline from Page sends Kenny inside out. Loopy, both down. AEW chants from the crowd. Flipping heck, that is a clothesline and a half. My God. Both men down. And out come the Young Bucks. Page on Rampage did say to them, if they get in, he felt like they were even now. And if they got involved, he would go for them. And now they've come down to the ring. Omega just a headbutt to Page. 2. Gets him up. A high angle backdrop just absolutely drops him on his head. But he gets him back up. Hits one of his own. If anything, more high angle. Jesus. Omega calling for it. Hangman's on the edge looking for the buckshot lariat. Over. Oh, the knee from Omega responds. Up for the one-winged angel. Wriggles out. And now Hangman has him up for the one wing. He hit it. One-winged angel from Hangman. 1, 2. Kick out. Hangman Adam Page hits a one-winged angel on Omega. 2 kick out, and now he's rolled to the outside. He has the buckshot lariat in his sights. He's on the edge of the ring. And here come the Young Bucks. The Young Bucks trying to make their presence known. He's thinking about it. Nick's thinking about it. But he's not doing anything. Buckshot. Buckshot lariat to the back of Omega. Climbs across to the other side. And now Matt's thinking about it. Omega's wobbling in the middle of the ring. Now Matt's thinking about doing something. But he's not. He just nods at him. He just lets him do it. Hangman hits the buckshot lariat again. This is it. 1, 2, 3. He does it. Ladies and gentlemen, the new AEW World Champion, Hangman Adam Page. He did it. He did it. He did it. He did it. Hangman Adam Page lifts up the AEW World Championship. He does deserve it, Logan. You're 100% correct. Hangman. Kenny Omega was rocking in the middle of the ring. Hangman on the edge of the apron. Nick Jackson walks up, looks at him, thinks about it. Should I interfere? Chooses against it. He just lets him go. He then ends up hitting a buckshot lariat to the back of Omega, who continues to rock. He rolls out of the other side of the ring, goes to hit the buckshot lariat to the front. Matt Jackson looks at him. They think about it for a sec. He gives him a nod. Matt Jackson says, do it. He hits the second buckshot lariat, and that's it. 1, 2, 3. Hangman Adam Page is the All Elite World Wrestling Champion. He's the AEW World Champ. And he deserves it. And now the Dark Order come out to applaud their friend. Mad. So many questions about what this means for Omega, what this means for the Elite. Alex Reynolds hands a beer to Hangman, who throws it to the side, and a big hug. All of the Dark Order get involved. What a pay-per-view. What a pay-per-view. And what a moment. Hangman Adam Page is your new AEW World Champion. Unreal. Unreal. Oh. R.I.P. Brody. Of course. Yeah, of course. He did deserve it. And look, he probably would have become if he obviously didn't sadly pass away. But, yeah. My God. There you have it. That was Full Gear 2021. An unreal show. Brilliantly done by AEW. Fair play. They've absolutely pulled that one out of the bag. Certainly, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I mean, let's sum it up, I guess. It has gone off the air, Logan. It has officially gone off the air. Full Gear has officially gone off the air with Hangman Adam Page being raised up by the Dark Order on their shoulders as he holds up the championship. Mad. First of all, before I say anything, thank you everyone for joining. If you have, well, obviously you have, you're here. Logan, Mohammed, Ken, everyone else who was in the chat earlier on. My friend Tom was obviously here for a bit. Dennis was here. Adam, Wally, all of you. Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate it. Subscribe. I've got more stuff coming. I'm going to be doing a watch along. I'm doing a watch along on Wednesday because Tomohiro Ishii's turning up. So that's there's no doubt in that one. I will be doing a watch along for AEW on Wednesday, and other stuff coming up on the channel. So make sure to subscribe, like the video, all of that good stuff, because I genuinely do appreciate it. I really, really genuinely do. But yeah, let's wrap up, shall we? Let's wrap up. An amazing show, a brilliant one. I thought they did brilliantly. Even the worst matches or the lesser matches were really good. And the best matches were absolutely brilliant, and it culminates in an amazing moment. And so an amazing moment that I've just realized means that we get to see Danielson versus Page at some point soon. I mean, that's insane. That's insane. It's just insane. Don't forget the belt. Hit the bell as well, just to let you know whenever I do anything, which is on this channel going to become more consistent now. Now I've got some time on my hands. I've been meaning to do it for a while, but obviously I do a lot of other things. I have different channels about gaming, A-Top Lad, if you want to get involved in that. I do gaming and other random stuff over there. I have a West Ham channel called Hammer's Chat, where I talk about the football team West Ham. But yeah, so I do a lot of things, but this is going to become more often. So hit the bell icon as well, so you don't miss any of it. But yeah, an amazing show, an excellent show. Thank you all for coming. Subscribe, like the video, all that good stuff. I'm going to head off. I think I'm going to try and do a review of the show, maybe. I'll figure it out. I don't know yet. We'll see. It is 5 a.m. in the UK, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, mad. Hangman Adam Page, ladies and gentlemen. Hangman Adam Page. Let's go. Thank you for watching, everyone. See you next time, and yeah, hope you all have a good rest of the weekend. Shout out Eddie Guerrero as well while we're here. But yeah, see you later, everyone. Bye. Wait. There we go.